Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Hope everybody is off to a great start. Beginning of the week, new beginnings. Oh, I see there. Cinda Kane, welcome back. Welcome to the MFers. For some reason, it's not showing me my. Hope StreamYard didn't change this again, where it doesn't show you. Like they used to have a spot on the side where you could highlight. It would show you everything like memberships and super chats. I don't see that right now. How's everybody doing this morning? Hope everybody had a great weekend. Thank you, Grammy's Place. There's a few things that we're gonna have to get out in the beginning of this because oh, am I mad? But I don't want to take away from the actual topic at hand. Hey, Crime Junkie, it's been a while. It's good to see you. It's good to see all of you. Number 59, Missouri. Hey, Baby Boop. Kelsey, Hindsight, Marley, Ellie. Hey, Retro, Jill, Lori. Who's Dirty Toilet? Ministry, good morning. Got the memo. Rhonda with 82. Oh, no. Lee the Bee. Oh, now they came up. Cool. Thank you for doing that. Welcome to the MFers. No, what I was going to bring up is this. And I'm going to do it now, just to get it out of the way. This deflection. I'm not going to bring up the other thing because I'm going to respect that for now, but I am going to bring up this deflection that's going on. The deflection of the fact that you advertised and promote and hang with somebody that does FOIA requests to bring them back to the internet and attempt to shame and dox and go real life on a creator and her children. The fact that you deflect from that by claiming that I did a FOIA request to your house. Has anybody seen a FOIA off of my channel? Can anybody tell me where I ever posted a FOIA request on my channel? Oh, wait. No, I don't think so, but if anybody can direct me to it, you can't. See, here's the difference. I'm in this thing called litigation that Brittany, you signed me up for. You decided because it was free and you can't handle what you dish on the internet that you would sign your name to an injunction with a complaint accusing me of being part of a RICO. In your declarations, you stated how terrified you and your children are. You also made public claims that I've threatened you and that you called the police on me. So, yes, for my litigation and for my absolute never ending, continuously growing counterclaim against you, we did what we have to do. Now, unless and until via my channel, that FOIA request goes public, I don't think you have any right complaining about it. I mean, reverse roles. Any of you in the chat, if somebody was making those allegations against you, would you not look in to see if they're true? Would you not look in to see if somebody was contacting the police on you, if they were making reports of these alleged threats that were stemming from you? Put a 1 in the chat if you would absolutely do that. That's called for litigation. If you don't like it, then don't get in the arena of going so far real life on somebody that you're going to be called out to PA to go to court. Okay? You made that choice. Don't deflect by trying to compare it to what you're standing behind with your new little BFF because you hate Queen. What he did was despicable. You supporting it is typical. Okay? There's no comparison. Don't even try it. One was done for content and to harass somebody. The other is done for a defense and a litigation you put me in. Maybe you can stay awake long enough to comprehend that one. So I just wanted to get that. Look at all the ones in the chat. Oh, so you would all do the same thing. Okay, right. Because let's face it, Accusing somebody of RICO is a pretty damn big deal, right? I mean, it's a huge deal. And at that point, you have every right to defend yourself in any means possible. You brought this into my real life. Did you really think it was going to impact yours? Okay. Hello. So you do what you have to do when it comes to court. Can't wait to see you there. By the way, did you contact your own attorney yet? Because it looks like yours flopped. They will be. I know. I mean, can anybody list in any further real life thing than this? Honest question. Does it get any more real life than accusing somebody of RICO and trying to take away their freedom of speech? How further real life does it get than opening yourself up to this litigation and costing somebody thousands to defend themselves? I mean, she doesn't go real life. Okay. Okay. Whispers in the shadows with the 5 months. Good morning to you. Just came off my 3 in a row. I'm a zombie. Kids have awards for honor roll. My son was student of the month. Congratulations, Mama Llama. Thank you, Deanna Weeks. I wish you were too. It is sick. It is extremely real life. I mean, I who had that on their bingo cards? Anyway, as you all know, I am working with a real bulldog now, and we're gonna get this through. They not like us. Wop wop wop. Are you my friend? I want our old YouTube back, damn it. So do I, Davis fam. This is despicable. This is absolutely despicable. My heart. So listen, I understand there's people that don't like Queen. And most of the time people don't like Queen because they don't like the support she has, it comes there's a lot of and I'm not going to dismiss it all and say it's all simply jealousy, because there's legitimate reasons why people don't like people, right? And I'm sure they can conquer up some reason why they don't, just like they do with me. Some people genuinely don't like me for legit reasons. Some people is envy. I don't care if you like Queen or not. I'm not gonna say I still have her, blessed be. I have a daughter that has experienced people digging into her real life. And when it started, she was about the same age as Queen's daughter. And it is scary for them. You as a mother now have to tell your daughters to wash their backs. You as a mother now, and the worst part is most of these people are under an account where you can't even show their face. Luckily, they know who this guy is. But you now have to tell them that they have to be even more aware of their surroundings than they normally would be. You have to tell them that they have to make sure their social media is completely locked down. That's like when I got that message from a former friend of mine telling me that they knew exactly where my daughter's employment is. Do you know how uneasy that is? Do you know the fear that puts into these kids? And you have to tell them because they have to protect themselves. So it's not like one of these things where we have our kids in the background and they hear everything going on and we turn around and say, "Oh, somebody called mommy fat or somebody called mommy ugly." No. This is a serious thing where you need to tell your kids. And the idea that people are diminishing this or dismissing it on the basis they don't like Queen is horrific. And at the same time, some of this is being supported and done by people that claim they were hired to find this missing 15-year-old, but they have no problem putting this type of fear into another child. It isn't fair to our children, especially when these, when people like myself and Queen do everything we can to keep our children off of the internet. You're not hearing them awake at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m. You're not hearing them in the background of our streams. That's done with reason. They're not coming on camera with us. They're not, so this idea that like it's my heart goes out to them. I've experienced the anxiety it put my own through, and I can just imagine what it's doing to hers. It's not okay. It's not okay. Again, take your feelings for Queen out of it if that's what's blocking you from seeing what is happening, and understand that there's a child. There's children involved. Oh, Stand beside real. She does stand beside them. Just Kentucky. She stands beside two other guys that were arrested for domestic violence that proudly go real life, that proudly stalk people, that proudly call in CPS reports and contacts people's schools and all the, yeah, she stands beside it. Absolutely. And then to sit there and do some false victimhood, Granny voided my house. You made bold declarations against me. Well, what did you think was going to happen? Did you think my attorney was going to twiddle his thumbs? No, of course we're going to do what we have to do to build a defense against you. Again, welcome to litigation. Did you get an attorney? All right, moving on. Everything that's happening right now is so gross. And this is all being done behind a missing child. This is all being done behind the fact of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who's now 16, who disappeared from his house. I'm seeing hit pieces being put out on people. An offer of I'll give $5,000 to find information on so-and-so's ex or so-and-so's relative. This is being offered by an alleged private intelligence group. How are people okay with this? Messaging people asking if their mother's a gorilla. It's horrific. Halo effect is horrific. And you know why? Because what is happening right now is on the basis of who likes who and who dislikes who. It has nothing to do with Sebastian. It has not a thing to do with him. Good morning, Snippins. Oh, yeah, Scooter. Oh, yeah. Offering up $5,000 to get what kind of elite private intelligence agency that's worth $500,000 has to offer up $5,000 to get information on somebody? And why are they doing that? Why are they doing that instead of searching for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Why are they spending more time on Twitter going at people and insulting people and these petty juvenile comebacks at people instead of doing what they're meant to be doing, what they claim to be doing, which is finding Sebastian? They have no concept of it. No, Deanna. They're the ones that endanger them. I agree, big girl. I agree. It's all despicable. Oh, they have to wait. Well, the good thing is Trump's upcoming administration should be in the picture any day now, so that should counteract not having the satellites. Her behavior as being righteous and just compared to other channels just ridiculous. She is living in a narrative of total lies and self-deception. Yeah. Yeah. I go as far as to say she's not in reality. Maybe she's dreaming. Maybe she's dreaming that she's above the par and better than everybody. And because I know damn well the woman that compared the real life fires to what she calls fires on YouTube streets is not claiming to be above anybody. And then there's some things I have to wait on saying. I'm going to respectfully do so. But I will say, our friend Allison, who passed away, was a beautiful, beautiful woman, a beautiful soul. I'll say that much. And she would have told her story. But I told her she had better things to worry about than you. Halloween baby, welcome back. This case is a way for people to attack people for personal vendettas. It's grim. I'd be interested to know how Hong's behavior could be used in your response. It is halo effect, absolutely. Absolutely is. Yes, Gary, Angie Brooks as well. Everything that they are doing right now counteracts their entire filing. So when you're putting out money to dox people, when you're doxing people, when you are making allegations that people unplug heart monitors, that people have STDs, you kind of lose your fight to claim that you are a victim of online bullying or harassment when that is what you are doing. I mean, wouldn't you all agree? It kind of seems so far-fetched. It's hard to believe this is even happening again from an alleged private intelligence group. It's actually despicable. Hey, snowflakes. Not a single channel can lay claim to moral high ground. For her to claim it is laughable. Yeah, she's the last one, will be. I'll tell you that. Absolutely agree. The moral high ground. We all know how bad she wanted to tell her story, cared for her too much. Yeah, I wasn't going to let, wasn't worth what it would do to, she would get attacked in response. It wasn't worth opening her door for that. I knew she had bigger things going on. And I told her one day I'll say it for her, but didn't expect her to be. So of course I'm getting oh, I would too, just Kentucky. I would too. Let me show you just a few of the comments I've seen that had me like, whoa, okay, this isn't normal. This is from a private intelligence group member. I will be offering Casey Anthony some money to consult on the Sebastian case. She knows how the mind of Katie works. Maybe she'll crack her. Hmm. Same time. He's gone, you are here. He's here, you don't post. Nick is an absolute ass for what he did to get on parole. I'm curious where you fit in. Hong's response? You ask dumb questions. How am I to know when he posts? Eat a hot dog and sniff a line. Next. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Good morning, Patricia. Yeah. Eat a hot dog and sniff a line. This is they're worth $500,000 $500,000. Mm-hmm. Here goes Nick. It's a shame. I won't share that or use her background against her. She should just point fingers in the right direction. That's not true, just Linda. No. So Nick, who had no problem posting my background and trying to weaponize my family members against me, states that he won't do the same to Queen, but she should just point fingers in the right direction. The right direction. Their direction. So basically, push their narrative, if you push their narrative, they'll leave you alone. If you don't push their narrative, they will harass you, dox you, threaten you. I have somebody still messaging me from Tennessee. They must have given out my phone number over there. I'm getting all types of messages. Did you hear Nancy yesterday saying she never liked Eddie? Well, I hope that everybody that sits with her realizes that she says that type of things. A judge did not sign off just Kentucky. That's very interesting. She'll be saying this. She said the same thing about the 140 others. I mean, she'll be saying it one day about Nana and Reality and all those people too. And listen, when they do, you know, we won't throw a "I told you so" in your face, but maybe a little bit. Hey, Karen, it's good to see you. No, there was no names added. You guys want to check the docket? We'll check it. Matter of fact, don't forget, Nick sent Queen a message that said, Adnight's not really going to sue you. We just want to see if we can get a response out of somebody. But I'll check the docket. We'll check it together. I just wanted to see if somebody would react. That's what it was. We just wanted to see if somebody would react. No, no names added. Matter of fact, their motion to amend, they never followed up on that. And well, nothing. Nothing put in since December 24th. I don't think the person that gave $500K for the intelligence group would not stay behind what they're doing. This person's a very big person, also very highly respected. Who do you think gave them the money? I don't think they received any. It depends where you listen to them at, right? So in the litigation, they claim that the money was donated by a private donor out of, I believe it was Brentwood, Tennessee. But if you listen to them on here, they say that they didn't receive a retainer. But then if you listen to Nick, he says that they did. But then if you go and look at their little agreement with Seth Rogers, it says they're working pro bono. So do we really believe they got the money or not? No, I didn't. Just Kentucky. He does that. Right. Their contract says that night wasn't paid, but yet their litigation claims that it was. So I don't know. Depositions will be really interesting. Hey, Tennessee Mama. Right. A lot of people don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think anybody would waste that kind of money on what? Twitter happy people? I mean, what is happening over there is despicable. Eddie went into Jay's when she was dragging her. Not true. Jay was talking about him. He came in, said, "Hope you like the content," talking about him getting trolled, and then he left. Well, that was enough to be like, I never liked him anyway. So getting back to what really matters is Sebastian, right? Hey, Julie's. The only person, how do you know they were paid, Country Diva? What makes you think that? I hope they were, so they can cover our our counter fees. I hope you're right. I'm not even gonna lie. I sure hope you're right. Uh, they're not getting to me, Beware, because here's the thing. I'm very confident in my representation right now, more than confident. He is as excited as I am to follow to follow all the way through and then reverse Uno. Um, and every time Brittany opens her mouth about me, she adds to my counter. So it's actually a beautiful thing that she's so stupid. I wish that she would maybe, I don't know, go to bed at a decent time, wake up in the morning and go consult some attorneys because you're going to need one. But I guess she's just going to have to figure that out the hard way. Ugh, I would hate to be her. He is amazing, Stephanie. He is amazing. Yeah, he has enough money. I like that he's bragging all his properties and stuff. I love that. I love that for him. No, I don't think any of them are the brightest. Thank you, Stephanie. I am too. I love that you have an attorney that doesn't think social media is a joke. No, he realizes how severe it is and can get. What he does also realize is a joke is the claim that words on the internet can prevent search efforts for a missing child. That he believes. Hey, La, it's good to see you. Absolutely, Triggerment. That's the plan. Actually, Chris, I disagree that because there are ways. Of course, we've spoken about it with my attorney and everything, and no, there's ways to get paid. Hey, crazy girl. Told her last night to call her lawyer for advice. I busted out laughing because she doesn't have a real lawyer. Right. Advice for what, too? Like, what do I do with the fact that I go live and make an ass out of myself all the time? I don't know. I don't know what they can say to that. Maybe log off, get some help. Anyway, I don't want to continue to talk about that snooze fest, so let's move it right along. I mean, the first thing the judge is going to say, really quick, let's just get this out there. We're going to go before the judge for oral arguments. One of the biggest arguments that is going to be is, hey, Laura Lou, is that, Your Honor, your clients, these plaintiffs came to the courts to seek an injunction to silence my client's freedom of speech. But yet, almost every single night, at least for the last, not this month, but the month prior, the one in here with the most dramatic declarations, poked at my client nightly. Spoke about her children, spoke about where she thinks she lives, spoke about her house, spoke about her vagina, about her butt, you name it. What do you think the judge is going to have to say about that? What do you think the judge is going to think when Brittany's words start playing for the court to hear? Do you think the judge is going to hear somebody in fear? Matter of fact, I literally have Brittany saying, I am nobody's victim. So you don't get to try to stunt somebody else's freedom of speech and start speaking louder on your end. It's not the way it's going to work. They will be embarrassed, and I won't be. I'll walk out with my head held high. Not yet, Lisa, but we shall find out this week. I'll keep you all posted on that. Can you imagine when I start playing for the courts? Granny got a dirty butt. Can you imagine what the courts are going to think about that? Huh. Can you imagine when I showed the courts that Brittany Jackson put my medical papers on her screen? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine when I put up on a screen that Brittany's laughing about what she couldn't even comprehend off my medical papers and spreading further rumors on me? When a grown woman who claims terrified is sitting there laughing about my vagina. Can you imagine that? And what are you going to have to say in return? What is going to be your response? Exactly, halo effect. It is all funny games until there's a judge in front of you. Or maybe it's the right end clue. But no, yeah. I mean, all joking aside, Brittany spread around with her moderator that I sent out a photo of my butthole. That's a big deal. Like on YouTube, it's kind of stupid, right? On YouTube, it's like, oh, you know, people laugh about it. They make alt accounts about it. It's hee hee ha ha. Take that shit in front of a judge. You think a judge is going to laugh about that? I know I'll laugh my ass to the bank. I will laugh. All right, so anyway, that's all of that. Coffee. Pisces, good morning. Thank you. With a fool? Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Sure will. Nothing more, nothing less. Our followers are starting to wake up too. I believe they are, Chloe, and I believe they should. It's about that time. It's about damn time. Again, she's lost over 100. Well, since the video was made, it was 130. 130 moderators. A few more left over the summer. One of them's been in my DMs. Very helpful, beautiful person. Appreciate them much. Then you got Eddie and the people that just left with him. It's a never ending cycle. Meanwhile, if I may brag for a moment, I've had absolute day ones by my side. It speaks a lot to one's character. Um, that was sickening, turning leaves. Absolutely sickening. And then to turn around and be like, oh, Granny did a FOIA on my house for litigation. Don't act like that has anything to do with YouTube, bitch, because it don't. Let me see if I can find the channel. They're kind of hard to come across. I don't really want to intermingle these two, but I could just drop it in the chat. Is that channel even still up? It's funny when you type in allegedly expected, never appreciate it. She comes up. She comes up. You're a scumbag. She's a scumbag. Sue me for that. She's a scumbag. Anyway, I'm looking for it. Maybe one of my mods can mail it to me, email it to me. So I think what is actually important here is I want you to all take this list with me, right? We're going to do this together. I want people to actually see the severity of what is going on. We have divided into teams, right? Can I pull up Google? Let me see if I can pull this up with us. I seriously want to discuss. I spent the first few minutes touching a little bit. Channel is gone. All right, well, we played them in other videos, so I can do it that way. I want to be serious about this. If anybody wants to join to be serious with me, but we got to be serious. Can I pull up Notepad and share it over here? I don't even know. Let's see. Share screen, window. This show up for you guys? Is that on your screens? It may have been me. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you, Cluminati. I really appreciate that. It is showing up, Lucky. Thank you. Oh, Maggie K said, I am floored that a parent of this missing child is part of all this BS and others are playing games. Something is very wrong. Concentrate on him. It's almost like a distraction, if you will, right? Blank screen. All right, let me see this. I don't even know how to work this thing. All right. What the hell is even going on? So over here we have, I don't know how to make it bigger. I don't know how to work that. I've never seen it before. Oh, here we go. This should work. All right, you guys can see that. You see something. All right, we're getting there, Snipsy. We're getting there. So to start, we have, of course, the father, right? We have the father. Yep. All right. Then we have his self-appointed spokesman, Tony. Right? I think until it's out on the screen, people don't realize how big, how important this all is. Who else do we have on the team? Hey, Titanium. Regina. Okay, let's we have we're gonna go by intelligence agency first. So let's do dog. Nick. Hung. Lesniak. Cat. No, that's right. He's not. Sorry. Smiley. Who's Pearls? Smiley. Betty. BJ. Julia V. Julia V. Who are we missing? The E's? I feel like the E's ran too. Don't forget the tacos. Taco. I mean, even just right now, taco and burrito. Like, is this real life? The three's company. E's. The lab. Who are we missing? This looks like their approved list, doesn't it? Oh, that's right. Pearls and girls. All right. Chase. Who the hell is Chase? Let's add Chase. I don't even know who Chase is. Chase. Chasing that bullshit. Coffin Doffer. I call Spanky Pearls. Don't forget. TTT is to see Pearls Monkey. Mob Crew. Mob Crew. Mob Crew. You know, oh, Terraline. Dolly. Well, you know, to be fair, I will say, I don't think Dolly's necessarily the green team. I don't think Dolly's necessarily the green team, but I get he pushes. T Revers, he did. Where'd it go? Where'd he go, Jill? They're out there dropping Bobby. We're running out of space here. Lady V, welcome back. Thank you. War Schmeagle, listen, if War Schmeagle's giving you a hard time and you need to know who they are to protect yourself, you just let me know. You just let me know. I'll tell you, somebody's bitter. Slithers. Where's Slithers been? They all right? Now, I want everybody to look at this, right? Look at the main team here, the main characters. Look at them. We got Seth Rogers. There's so much I can say on Seth. You know, I heard Betty over there being so stupid. Absolutely stupid. Claiming that they don't claim her, Maggie. They don't claim her. They don't claim her, girl. Ooh, that's sad. So I saw so sad. She didn't make the list. Poor thing. Apparently Silver Star. Oh, it wasn't paying off for him to continue this anymore. Thank you, Chris. I don't want to advertise all these like little misfits. I just want to go with the main characters, right? The main players, the plaintiffs, if you will. And I want you all to take a good old look at them. You got Betty over there claiming that Seth Rogers never said, he never said that it can't be backed up anywhere that he hit Sebastian. He literally said it on your panel. Turlene is over there ripping folks off. They're just not good people. You got Tony Mathis, who even his plaintiff Brittany J said was the biggest buffoon ever. Snakes oil, snakesman, you know. You got Bobby, the nosy neighbor, who's fabricating people are being threatened. We got Dog, who when you Google Dog, the first thing that comes up is he still alive? Which I'm not saying that because of anything other than it's the facts. Like I'm not making fun. Unlike Pete Tim, I don't think Dog's that old, you know, so I'm not making fun. I'm just saying that's a fact. You got Nick, when you type him in, he comes up all his articles out of Delaware County for being a, you know, parolee and all the crimes he committed here in this county. When you Google up Hung, nothing comes up except for YC News, which YC News was sued and owes a man over $5.5 million for defamation. When you Google Lasniak, he comes up with 2.6 stars, which is very telling. When you Google Smiley, nothing comes up but a bunch of stupid emojis nobody uses anymore. When you Google up Betty, you can get 42 arrests and you know 6 currently pending. When you Google up BJ, nothing comes up either. Which Charlotte, no. Julia, when you Google Julia, an entire Facebook group dedicated to exposing Julia and her lies comes up. Taco and Burrito, when you Google them, you get Taco Bell. The 3 E's, nothing comes up either. The Lab, you might get a really scary story about gumballs. Pearl, I don't really have anything to say about him. I feel like he's just weird. When he keeps saying things like, we're standing on the right side of history, you sound weird. This isn't politics. We're not talking about like global warming or if the earth is flat. We're talking about a missing child. What kind of fucking history do you think you're standing on? Do you think your face is going to come up with whatever way Sebastian's story ends? Hopefully in a beautiful, reuniting way. But do you really think that Pearl's going to pop up? You think you're going to pop up with that? Yeah, when you Google Betty, you get criminal out on $20K bond. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even read that. Been watching all this crap. Just want to say how sorry I am that you're going through this, sweetheart. Thank you, Lady V. I appreciate you. I was going to say zombie. I knew you must have made a mistake with that. I don't know what comes up when you type Chase because I don't even know who that is. And then Mob Crew. When you type that in, rappers from the 90s comes up. So that's cool. Silent, you know, all that shit. But this is the team here. Did I ever tell you all that I've had communication with the gentleman that they owe all that money to? Really nice guy. He owns a company out in New York. Turns out he's an actual like actor or actress type of person. Really nice guy. Owns a very nice company. What had happened was they started running these slanderous news campaigns against him, alleging that he was basically prostituting women out and all types of like nasty things. And even when they were like proven to be lying, when they knew without a doubt they were lying, they continued on. They continued on so much so that this man ended up having to lose his business, reputation was lost, and then he was awarded $5.5 million for it. YC News, One World Media, At Night Intelligence, At Night Private Intelligence. Can change the name, however, it always goes back to YC. Oh, you guys didn't know that? Chase is a 2 a.m. girl. Lady V, thank you so much. Wow. Put a 1 in the chat if you're familiar with that article about them owing that much money. You guys want to hear about it? It's a pretty big case. Former owners of HMAC in Harrisburg awarded nearly $5 million in defamation suit. Harrisburg Midtown Arts Center. A Dauphin County judge awarded the founder of Harrisburg Arts and Entertainment Venue $4.7 million in a defamation case stemming from social media firestorm in 2018. It is said to be among the largest awards in defamation case in Dauphin County. Common Pleas Judge John McNally ruled on June 30th, Traynor, former owner of Harrisburg Midtown Arts Center in Midtown, suffered damages to his reputation and business related to stories published in 2018 by YC News Network, a Philadelphia-based website, as well as social media posts. Pretty sad. Furthermore, McNally ruled the incident destroyed the business, hurt Traynor's reputation, forced him to file for bankruptcy. In addition, he said the YC News acted with malice while defamatory statements accused HMAC of perpetrating sexual assaults. McNally ordered Sean Cooper, Nick the Hat, and Travis Wilbur and YC News to pay damages, including $3.1 million to Traynor and his partners Chuck London and Gary Bartlett, operating as Bartlett Traynor London LLC. He also told the defendants to pay $1.2 million to Traynor for loss of investment. Listen to questions, Kelsey. I'm sorry. Well, no, this is why they became At Night, because this was YC. That's why they became At Night, would be my guess. I'm just guessing here. Furthermore, McNally... okay, yeah. Furthermore, McNally awarded Traynor $250,000 for damage to his reputation and ordered each defendant to pay $25,000 in punitive damages. Cooper and Nick the Hat work for YC News, which stands for Young Constituents. Wilbur is listed in the suit for defamatory comments made on Penn Live story related to HMAC's bankruptcy. McNally ordered the blog to remove 2 stories. YC News, Nick forwarded a statement from attorney Norm Pattis on behalf of Original Media Group. Don't forget that name. Who listed all their names? You got to add this one to it. Publisher of YC News. There's a default judgment. I suspect it will quickly be set aside when the court learns that several defendants never received notice of the suit. You can't defend what no one makes you aware of. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar, friends? Oh, Ida, thank you so much. Never back down. Why won't it highlight? There we go. Never back down, never give up. They're claiming the same Betty defense. I've never been notified. I wasn't served. Good old Bester defense. Very familiar, right? Okay. It is large award in the defamation action, particularly to Mr. Trainer individually. This is a very, very large award. The evidence was clear, and the business and Mr. Trainer sustained those damages. Trainer said he doubts he'll see any of the settlement money, but he said he sued to get the truth out. Sounds familiar. A number of other people were part of the original lawsuit but settled. Wonder who that would be. Was that you, Hung? Anyway, I don't know if he's aware that Nick making a lot of money. Apparently, offering up $5,000 rewards and such. So I don't know if this guy's aware of all of that, but okay, so here we go. The lawsuit filed by Bartlett Trainer in London claims several individuals used social media to criticize their business and discuss allegations a woman posted on Facebook blaming HMAC after she was sexually assaulted. According to court documents, the woman posted on Facebook she was drugged while at HMAC and escorted from the premises and handed over by HMAC security to a man who RAPED'd her. The woman's original story was posted to social media in July of 2018, but was taken down quickly. However, her original allegations were shared around Facebook through screenshots and copies of the post. YC News repeated the allegations even after police debunked some of the claims. Harrisburg police made an arrest in her case, but denied many of the claims the woman made, including that she was drugged inside the bar. And also several other people came forward to state they had been drugged or mistreated at HMAC. Harrisburg police said they received no complaints of that nature. Subsequently, the woman later acknowledged her allegations were false. So the lady even admits that they were false. They notify YC News that it was false, but yet they continue to feed the narrative anyhow. YC News was singled out in a lawsuit for posting additional stories after police denied the woman's allegation. So they don't know when to stop. Hey, Kelly. They don't know when to stop. So not only is he on parole, but he's also tried to ruin this guy's life. Trainer, who bought the complex with his partners in 2007, said he had no choice but to sue. In the lawsuit, he claimed to suffer serious and permanent damages, including but not limited to mental anguish, emotional distress, humiliation, embarrassment, and loss of his good reputation. 5.5 mil. I don't know, but maybe this time around they will be truck you, because there's only so much people should get away with. Good morning, Revival. So that's part of the team, the quote-unquote green team. But here's the thing, though, Joe. In order to sue, you have to have clean hands. So when they're posting $5,000 hits for people's personal information, meanwhile, don't they have like a doxing site? Like a email? If you've been doxed, you can email them. Anybody remember that? Kelly, thank you for being here for 3 months. I appreciate you. Kind of like with me right now, that I'm related to Proudfoot, that I deal rugs, that I do rugs, and I handed my kid to a predator on a silver platter. Yeah. Very similar to that. Almost in par with who and what they are. And then you got them claiming that a nurse is unplugging babies' heart monitors. How's that okay? Or making allegations that SF is, ridden with all these things. But I say all that to show you all who is this quote unquote team, right? These are the spokespeople for the oh so grieving father, Seth Rogers. How's any of that okay? How's this professional? Can you imagine if main news media got a hold of all of this? Can you imagine if they got a whiff of what was going on by this quote unquote private intelligence agency? That they're on X offering hit pieces for people's private information. They're making allegations that people are unplugging heart monitors of babies, making allegations that Clue is related to the Proudfoots and handed her child off to a predator on a silver platter. And there are people that still back this up. Then you got the comments that are being made about Queen and her kids. Her kids. Not even Queen, her kids. She ran a long time ago. I find it very telling that your alleged first holiday without your child, you're not even with your family. It's kind of similar to how Nina, Chris's ex Nina, how she needed YouTubers to be her witness at a child custody case. YouTubers she doesn't know. YouTubers she never met. Hey, the Ruby. I think there's more grounds as well. And then I couldn't help but hear Betty the other day list off who she feels to be the team of the Proudfoots. And while I'm happy that she didn't list me, I'm also confused. I'm confused how you are suing me on the grounds of being part of a RICO organization. But when you're naming who you believe to work for the Proudfoots, I didn't hear my name or barbecues. It's almost like she's subliminally admitting that she's been wrong. That's why the judge wouldn't allow Trevor Lee to testify. Oh, that's interesting. Josh's Blue Gumball. The organization, Army, seems to be getting worn out, starting to crumble, my opinion, allegedly. Sometimes maybe haver, many other words I have to say. Yeah, I get it. She didn't list me. You want to hear it for yourself? She certainly didn't. I only play certain parts of it because what she said about Queen is despicable. And can somebody tell me how every single day Betty has breaking new update when in all actuality there's been no update? Look how gross this is. Sink this in for a minute. Look how gross this is. Where's Sebastian? Okay. We got dog, we got fraud, and we got ugh. If I'm too much, then go find less. What does this have to do with Sebastian? This is where Betty does nothing but scream off vile things. Many have been following this circus that I helped create. Hold on. I think it might be right here. Let's see. Let's see, Betty.
Their story related to Sebastian Wayne Drake.
First off, can we point out that let's just, even right here, let's pause. Let's look at that. Look at her background. We got Sebastian, who she loves to change his photo of because, she deems him defective. So she likes to use AI to try to perfect him because, in her eyes, he wasn't anything but defective. So we got him as cartoon. Then we got K. Rogers over here, and we got this circus thing here. Where's the maturity level? We got the trash truck here. Let's say if you truly, really, really believe morning has something to do with Sebastian's disappearance, would you be making it a mockery this way? Would it become nothing more than a cartoon on your backdrop? Where's the professionalism from these alleged professionals? Where is it? It's despicable.
Rogers has come under heavy scrutiny by the public, both online and offline. The mom and stepfather have hired a team of people known for running interference in cases online.
Can anybody tell me that who is the team that's known for running interference on cases online? Anybody? Because I can bring you back over to this. Or I can take you over to Betty's own words, where she says that Dog and Nick lied about finding a woman who was unfortunately lost her life at the hands of her partner. Or I can take you to Betty herself when she was over harassing the neighbors of Quentin Simon. Don't forget she was there with her buddy Dolly. So what quote unquote team is running interference? I can take you all to the time when the lab himself was heavily involved with blaming the lab down here, what he did to the wells. I can take you over to her and what she did to Kylie Rodney's friends and family and mother, directly telling her mother to F off. We can go to what these three have done with or maybe even four, I'm not sure, the Bill Cosby case. We can go ahead and talk about Tony Mathis and what he did in the Caleb Harris case. So who's known for running interference on cases? I'm generally asking, because I think both sides have gone too far. But who determines who? I like it. Who determines what? But anyway, okay, let's go ahead.
Including an unscrupulous PI that says he knows a lot more than it appears that he knows.
The unscrupulous PI says he knows, claims to know a lot more than it appears he knows. How do you know what he knows, you freak?
States he knows who was in the vehicle at 3 a.m., spotted on a home surveillance camera that captured two lights.
Do you guys want to debunker right now? Put a 1 in the chat. We should just debunker right there. Let's debunker. Let's debunker. This is going to be fun. So he claims to know, right? He claims to know. So I believe it is over here. Where Stephen Fisher actually puts out who was in the 3 a.m. car. Like actual footage. Standstill from that night, if you will. Straight off of the cameras. Can't make it up. Didn't make it up. Sorry, we got to scroll. Let's scroll on down. Oh, where'd it go, Steve? Okay, here it is. Wait. That's not it. Sorry, bear with me. He had an actual video up here. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Sorry. Bear with me. I'm sorry. All right, let's go over here.
509, we've got the timestamp and everything. It's not, this is the actual timestamp. And then in this left corner here is me just playing a clip of the 3 a.m. video. You can tell the difference between the lighting. I've gone through this again multiple times, but even looking at this surveillance footage where look at these lights where they're actually almost shining into the camera, which causes light pollution, and you can get some contrast and, and kind of,
I love it.
Just depending on the time of day and how they're pointed, but this can cause an issue. Whereas this footage here, the lights video, it doesn't have any flashlights or floodlights like pointed at it where you're
right. So do you understand difference in cameras, sir?
Gonna get some distortion. This video, it does have a couple.
I can't even listen to him. I'm going to show you this instead. Right here, right? Betty just got done saying that there's no proof that Fisher's lying. Stephen Fisher is lying about knowing who was in the 3 a.m. vehicle. Thank you, Letha B. And yet we have right here, what do we have here, folks? The Uber, the 3 a.m. vehicle. Here it is, 2:26 at 3:33 a.m. That's from the actual camera. It's not made up. There it is. There's the 3 a.m. vehicle. Where's Bobby? Can you guys write in the chat? Call out to Bobby. I'd like to speak to Bobby. Bobby, where are you? Come on up, Bobby. So when Betty says right here that he's lying,
that he knows. He states he knows who was in the
Tell her,
vehicle
Sue.
at 3 a.m., spotted on a home surveillance camera that captured two lights coming from allegedly the backside of the Proudfoot home.
Good question, Rachel. So Uber grabs up that and the lights, who is last light running back to her house. Well, it's funny you may ask that because nobody was running back to her house. I know people want to believe that what they see is the only sign of what happened to Sebastian that night, because I do too. I get it. It's like there's nothing else to show us what happened. So we want to believe that that flashlight is without a doubt something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. But it's not. And SF actually explains it over here. And I know people don't believe SF because you don't like him. You think he's working for the Proudfoots. Whatever. You can't make up what he is showing. So he tells you right here, despite the homeowner who owns the camera repeatedly insisting that the video was recorded around 5:10 a.m., let's not forget, not only did he, the owner, claim that, the trash was at 5 a.m. that morning, Rachel, and that's the time it always runs. Not only did Bobby say that it runs at that time, not only did Seth Rogers say it runs at that time, but Chris Proudfoot as well. There's a reason they all stated that the trash comes at that time, and that's the time it was. Bobby herself told you all that the neighbor's camera that they thought wasn't working, that captured the flashlights, that it was off by 2 hours. That would mean if it said it was 3:13 on the, it was actually 5:13. So you have right here, he says that. Because the trash truck enters the frame and the unseen portion of the footage, Mob Crew claims this time it is impossible due to how dark the footage appears compared to the 5:09 a.m. footage from a different camera. He argues that the brightness in the 5:09 a.m. footage proves the sun was coming up. But if Mob Crew was such a little sleuth that he claims to be, he would just seek what time the sun rose that day in that area. You can literally do that via Google. You can see what time the sun rises on any given date, even in the past. It will tell you. So I don't know why he wouldn't just do that, but he doesn't. The 5:09 footage was recorded on a true night color surveillance camera, which is designed to shoot at a high ISO settings and make complete darkness appear as daylight. I disproved this claim by showing the 3:30 a.m. Uber footage side by side with his example. Even at 3:30 a.m., the true night color camera makes the sky appear bright. And it did. It did. We just saw that, right? You would think that it wasn't nighttime. Okay. In contrast, the lights video was recorded on an old, non-infrared IP camera operating in RGB mode. This type of camera does not enhance available light and was pointed at the dark asphalt street. Mob Crew falsely claims that the sun was rising at 5:12 a.m. when the trash truck passed. Attaches evidence that sunrise on February 26, 2024 was at 6:21 a.m., with dawn, the first light, at 5:55 a.m. A quick Google could tell you that. I don't know why people argue some of these things instead of just going to Google and looking yourself, but whatever. The trash truck passed 40 minutes before dawn, meaning it was still complete dark outside. So
for not flashlights, floodlights, like pointed at it where you're going to get, some distortion. This video, it, does have a couple of floodlights that are pointing away from the camera, but for the most part, there's nothing that's causing any light pollution, which means it is clear as day. This is not taking this in the box here where the mysterious lights are going on. This is not taken at 5 a.m. in the morning. We would see a skybox. We would probably be able to see the home.
How do you figure you see a skybox if it's not pointed at the sky?
It's across the street because the sun would be starting to come up. I mean, it's...
Again, Google it. Google. Sorry, I know you guys hate my typing. February 26, 24. Monday, February 26, 2024. The sun rose at 6:21 a.m. 6:21 a.m. A quick Google search will tell you that, mob. Why not just do that? Why not just do that? It'd be so simple for you. But you'd rather be difficult because you're going for the controversy. You're going for the I hate the Proudfoot Club instead of the I support Sebastian Rogers Club. Let's face it. That's what it's come down to.
It's just, it's pretty simple.
At about simple. Notice the sky at 3:33 a.m. from an infrared camera. Oh, looky there, 5:09. 3:33, they look exactly the same. It's the same exact camera because look, here's the houses. So again, the 5:10 and the 3:33 are almost identical. Man, it must be hard for Stephen Fisher just to be, use his lick of common sense here. Again, go Google it yourself and see what time the sun rose. If you will, you detectives, you sleuths. Gosh darn sleuths. So Stephen Fisher goes on to say, it's unfortunate that I was even forced to show this proof. This evidence is intended to help find Sebastian, not to address misinformation. However, it had to be done because the damage mob crew was causing by spreading completely false information. This is not the first time. He spread false theories about a cell phone jammer and the green hoodie, both of which were baseless. He is consistently wrong and never apologizes to Sebastian or his family for the harm he is causing. Mob crew doesn't care about Sebastian. He cares only about the money he makes from exploiting his case. This was made clear by the big smile on his face after receiving a super chat, a reward for perpetrating a false narrative in a search for a 16-year-old missing young man. Prayer hands for the super chat. Gross. Ooh, let's see that. Ooh, prayers for the super chat. Ooh. I don't know, mob crew, but I do wish. Oh, what does Steven say? It's pathetic the amount of time spent actually working and figure this out for these people to come out and put a false narrative. I imagine it's infuriating. I imagine it's even more infuriating because you helped the Nimnod. And yet here he is. Again, if you know that the information you were given, at this point, he can't deny it. Stephen Fisher put it so blatantly clear that you can no longer deny it. He showed you at 5 a.m. and at 3 a.m., and they look similar. So let's hope that Mob does the right thing and comes out and admits that he was wrong, swallow his pride, because at the end of the day, this is about a missing 15-year-old who's now 16. It's not about Mob Crew. It's not about SF Investigates. It's not about any of them. It's not about if you like the people or you dislike them. But that's what they did. They built an entire quote-unquote war, dividing sides based on who they like and who they dislike. And it's really just despicable. Speaking of despicable, let's get back over to this despicable.
Lights that appeared to come from the backside of the Proudfoot home and into a common area. Over the last month, we have heard a lot of information further damaging the credibility of the mom and stepfather.
Oh, you've heard a lot of gossip. You heard a lot of gossip. You've heard no facts. Zero facts at all. It's all gossip. You know what I've heard that's really damaging? Somebody who's been arrested 42 times for assault. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's really damaging.
We learned that there were 5 CPS reports related to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
And I heard that there was 8 related to Seth. I'm sorry, not 8. Altogether, yeah, it was 8. They're claiming that there's 8 CPS reports against Seth Rogers. Again, I could turn around and say there's 40 against myself. There's nothing to validate anybody saying any of that. And at the end of the day, to use that as a bragging point, there's 5 CPS reports against Chris Proudfoot. Okay, that means that Sebastian was failed 5 times. Why are you happy about that? Why are you happy about that?
We heard that they had been trying to find a new place for him to live as far back as.
And that was his father was too. Like, just listen. This is my whole point of today. Okay? Which part isn't true, Clue? Sorry. I don't know which part. If we're going to say that 5 CPS reports against Chris Proudfoot is bad, then let's acknowledge the alleged 8 against Seth Rogers is bad. If we're going to say knowing that Katie and Chris Proudfoot were seeking to send Sebastian to a facility to live is bad, then let's go ahead and put that red flag over on Seth Rogers as well. Okay? Because at the end of the day, this should all be focused based on Sebastian. But instead, both quote unquote sides, and I've been guilty of it myself, are making excuses to justify these things when there's no justification for it.
October and trying to find a data to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We heard that they had been trying to find a new place for him to live as far back as October 2022. We have watched the chaos.
Was it 2022? That's a big deal. Was it in October 2022 that they were looking for a facility? Because if that's the truth, then we have to acknowledge the fact that Seth Rogers stated he was asked to have Sebastian come live with him, but he said, I'll give him another year to get his shit together at school. Clue, SF said it, man. SF said it. She's saying 2022. If that's the case, then we need to acknowledge that. Then why did Seth Rogers say, I'll give him another year to get his shit together? Are you giving the wrong year, Betty? Again, you don't want to acknowledge the fact that, that also puts a red check next to your buddy's name too, but.
The people that they have chosen to work with erupt on social media.
Erupt? His Seth Rogers' private intelligence agency has been losing their minds on Twitter. You want to talk about erupts? They're putting out rewards to get people's doxes. They're making such defamatory statements against others that I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they would even be in active litigation while doing such. You want to talk about erupts?
And those people tell us that it's possible that.
Look at her using this fake photo that we already debunked. We already debunked it.
His truck was seen in the area on a Wi-Fi of some sort.
Oh, you're an ass.
In the area, people tell us that it's possible that.
No, people didn't tell you that. People didn't tell you that. You heard that on a. Shut up, Betty.
Chris's truck was seen in the area on a Wi-Fi of some sort.
How can somebody's truck be seen on a Wi-Fi? You're so stupid. How can somebody's truck be seen on a Wi-Fi? You don't even make sense when you're trying so hard to be professional.
Around the time, allegedly, Sebastian could have went missing.
No. See what she just said there made no damn sense. And from what people have told us, Seth Rogers' truck could have been seen on a Wi-Fi, allegedly, around the time Sebastian went missing. It don't make no damn sense, ma'am. Stop it.
The stepfather maintains that his truck was there after 1 p.m. on the 26th and no such time prior to it.
So then why even say it? Why even say it? It was obviously really clear what was stated. The police said that there was 2 open Wi-Fis, and that was after Chris came because Chris spoke with them, and one belonged to his truck.
The father then goes on a podcast and answers questions, which raise even more questions in the community. Furthermore,
look at you trying to suck truth off so badly. But you know what? I'll tell you this, though, Betty. You know what raised a lot of questions? I had a lot of questions about how a father of a missing child could sit on a panel and make noises pertaining to masturbation. I had questions about that. I have questions about why a father, any father, especially one whose child is missing, would share moments of that child's puberty in the format that your buddy Seth Rogers did. And the same could be said. I could say the same when it comes to Chris. Why was Chris telling Terry Lynn personal things about Sebastian on a private phone call? It was wrong. All of it's wrong. But let's not act like it's one person's better than the other. They're all wrong. I find it despicable that your friend, as he's telling a horrible story of what he's claiming his son endured, has times to make a joke with the channel owner about what sports team he represents. Anybody else remember that? When he stops on Pascal's to bring up, oh, well, you're a Lakers fan. In the middle of repeating a traumatizing story? Or how about the fact that he's sitting on a panel laughing hysterically, recounting how he sought revenge on his ex-roommate for having him kicked out of a house, an apartment, 10 years prior. And he's laughing about how he spit and put hair in that man's pizza. Bless B is right, Gary. I mean, hey, Feisty. There's so many flags across the board pertaining to both these men.
The unscrupulous PI hired by the mom and stepfather started manufacturing.
The unscrupulous PI, the PIs hired by Seth Rogers aren't even PIs. Can we at least acknowledge the fact that Stephen Fisher is at least credentialed? So let's talk about that real quick. At least Stephen Fisher is an actual PI. Seth Rogers hires a media group that changes their name to Private Intelligence Agency, comes out talking about they're going to truth stare on people and hypnotize them. They're currently on X losing their minds. At least one's an actual PI. You don't have to like the man. You don't have to agree with the way he conducts himself. But he's actually licensed.
Manufacturing reports related to the view of the camera that spotted those lights on the outside of their home. And we're all wondering why he would do that. And those...
Maybe because they're factual, you freakazoid? Did he not prove himself enough already? I think he did. Have any of you been to Tennessee to get the range of those cameras, to speak with the neighbors, anything?
Reports were debunked by the mob crew with receipts. Shortly after that, the stepfather is seen in the woods with other content creators recording a search where they took a spirit box with them. Other discussions,
Did that happen? Chris Proudfoot was in the woods and they took you guys took a spirit box?
Stepfather believes that it's possible that Sebastian was hit by a car, even though there's no evidence ever pointing in that direction.
Okay, and his actual father believes that he's laying in the water. Remember that? When he turned around, he said this is a rescue mission. Remember his photo op of searching in the water? Courtesy of Tony Mathis, sent into the news. Oh, thank you, J-Dub. I really appreciate you. Yeah, Seth on the boat. Remember that? Shortly after surgery, he's on the boat. I remember that. I think 10 months in, if there's zero answers as to what actually happened, I think it is normal for anybody to start looking for other things that could have happened. Now, I've never heard Chris say, I actually believe he was hit by a car, but I don't think it's a bad idea to go out there and look at that possibility. Hey, it's better than not looking at all, isn't it? When's the last time Seth Rogers went out and saw it and looked for Sebastian?
I don't know any real true crime content creator that ever wants to think any parent could harm their child. Oh, it's not like we're seeking it out.
It's not like you're seeking it out. Who remembers the little boy that was missing in the woods that Betty went to search for? And she was too busy complaining about the heat and the sweating and the sticker bush and all those things. And she turned around and right away said that the parents must have unalived him, only to be found not far from her by an actual older gentleman who was actually searching for the missing child and not content. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. I'd play it right now if I knew where to find it. But I certainly remember that. Anybody else remember that? Crazy remembers that. April. You know how many parents you have accused, Betty? And that little boy, thank goodness he was alive. But how quick you were to say that his parents must have unalived him. So spare the BS. You do it all the time. Little JJ, thank you. We remember, Betty.
But you know what hate channels say? Listen to this.
You know what hate channels say? I'll tell you what they say. I'll tell you what they say. They say, I'm religious and I believe in God. And then the next breath, they're cursing people out and defaming them. That's what hate channels do.
So I have a question. Starting this.
Like, how isn't this hateful? Just look at this right here. You start off with this professional, like, type of, setting where you're using this voice to talk all seductive and act like you're professional and you're not a hate-filled person. And then it goes right into this. This right here is the perfect example of what has happened to Sebastian Rogers' case. This right here. You couldn't have showed it any better, Betty. You hate channel.
Subject. Why do you think the Lore Lounge is like so gun-ho? Like, he's even on Twitter kind of going at SF. Like, why do you think he's so gun-ho about this whole situation?
Oh, you're so professional, Betty. What are the skulls for, Betty? Is that like your anti-bullying shirt you made where you put a deceased bee laying on top of a coffin? Hey, hookers, good to see you, and I agree. All of this is wrong. All of it.
Because you're not making any money unless you're after Chris and Katie, right?
Yeah, but it seems a little odd. Like, I just sat there and I was like thinking to myself,
like, this is what you do, Betty. You're the professional here. Oh, here's the real her. So that's just her intro. I love 45-minute intros. Oh, there you are in another city causing chaos, right? There you are. There's the real. Oh, look at those filters. Suddenly that big indent in your face is gone. Look at that. You think people can't tell the difference, ma'am? Poor little girl.
Sunday.
Look at this. This doesn't even look like Sebastian. Look at that. That's not Sebastian. Why are you using this photo? Again, is he too defective to use his real photo? Why are you doing? They cleaned up his teeth. They changed his hair color. What are you doing? That's disgraceful. How does this help find him? People are going to be now searching for a boy with dark brown hair? How's that help find him? And then to put a pickle bag? To put this pickle bag here? This is your professionalism? You start off your stream about how you're professional and nobody else is? Are you kidding me? This is despicable.
Hey to all. For those that were in church today, thank you. It's always nice. What a great
What church do you go to, ma'am? What church do you go to? Because this sure as hell ain't working. This is horrible. Let's go. How far in until she's screaming like the banshee she is? Let's see. I'm going to guess right about here.
Where are we? Kelsey?
Oh, she's still in her fake I'm a good person with my filters.
You've got equipment on your boat.
Oh, this is the real her. This is the real her. Here she comes. Here she comes. The real Betty.
This should be best practices for anybody. You never know what you're going to find, right? Just take a couple passes of the overpass. If you see something there, call it in.
Just take a couple passes of the overpass? Is it just me, or does that not make sense either? Take a couple passes of the overpass and call it in. Call in who, to what, to where?
Call it in. So I think that would really be...
Do you have your pajama shirt on, ma'am? You professional woman with a button that has poop on it? This shit is woke? These are the spokespeople? Look how angry she is here.
That was a lie because they would not have been able to get to that back gate. How do I know that? Because there's a huge swamp there and it had water moccasins. it would have been
There's a huge swamp that had water moccasins so they couldn't get through it. You ever hear of boots? I mean, you have highlighted right here, when shit gets deep, put on boots. You don't think people could find a way to get through it? Where's the swamp? We got to hear what she's even talking about.
I can tell you, I'm not law enforcement. I would have never.
Oh, you've just been arrested enough, ma'am.
Took the whole entire search team and moved it 45 minutes away. I would have had.
Who took the whole search team and moved it 45 minutes away? Seth Rogers.
Had the search still going on at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park while we split the team and took half the team to the other area. So the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park was fully searched. And they didn't do that because they had indication that somebody was living.
So if they didn't do that, then how come this private investigative team, this intelligence team, how come they haven't done it either? Why hasn't anybody done it since then, Betty? If you believe that's the answer, and it was so wrong to overskip it, then why aren't you guys who claim to be searchers, boots on the ground, doing it?
Living in the woods out there in Venice. And so I was popping back between both locations during the Gabby Petito to check to see what information was going on.
Oh, she's talking about Gabby Petito. Look at her with her hands going back and forth because, you know. So she's talking about Gabby Petito. You didn't find anything there either. You planted a water bottle, allegedly.
Get as much background and history on them as humanly possible and find locations near the location of the child missing and their comfort zone.
What?
That
can't his daddy answer that for you? Do you have to have other people dig into it?
comfort zone typically is where you end up finding the missing person.
Oh, well, you all said that his comfort zone was at his daddy's house. Has anybody looked recently? Anybody else remember that? It being stated the only place he ever felt safe and comfortable was his father's house? You know, the one place nobody even checked that morning? They just drove straight past it? They even looked to see if he was walking that way or anything? I can't stand the stupidity here.
Now, we also learned, I believe it was Justin For All.
Oh my gosh.
That told us about Uncle Danny.
Uncle Danny.
Being with the stepfather.
Oh, Uncle Danny was with the stepfather now. Oh, okay. That came from Monkey Man.
Uncle Danny's places of comfort and interest might be of interest.
So now she's telling people to further stalk out the Proudfoots. Can anybody tell me where Seth Rogers' family's been? It sounds as equally bad, right? Like, hey, has anybody looked into Seth Rogers' sister, the one that made the GoFundMe? How about the godmother that made the Cash App? How about Robin Rogers and or Seth Rogers' father, who have not been seen since, who are not there to offer Seth Rogers even the tiniest bit of moral support? Remember, Seth Rogers didn't have anybody in his area to celebrate Christmas with, so he drove all the way to Tony Methodist's house to spend the holidays. Why didn't he travel to his mom's house, who's also celebrating her first Christmas without her grandson? Is it because she's not? I mean, is it just me, or can these things go every which way? And that's my whole point. All three parents have red flags, but people are intentionally and purposely looking at only certain ones. There are people that have gotten involved to be distractors. And so long as they do what they're doing, which is creating all this chaos and drama and personal attacks via Twitter, nobody's looking at the bigger picture. They all stated that come around this time of year, they were going to be in Tennessee with Trump's upcoming administration, and they were going to find Sebastian. Matter of fact, let's erase our green team, and let's look at all the things they stated could have happened to Sebastian. So Dog says, right? Let's see if I'm right about this. Dog says, he be deceased because no medication. Right? Anybody else remember that? Then we have Dog also saying he's in the, what was it, the pipeline in front of the house? So we have that. Then don't forget we had he's in Oregon. Now they set out alerts to the borders because now we believe he's out of the country. We had the Venezuela gang. I don't even know how to spell that. Spelling gang. No, that's not correct. Let's see. Well, whatever. Figure that out. Oh, thank you so much, B-Tim. Someone finds it odd that Seth hires a publicity team, people to do witness intimidation, a hotline to steal tips from the police, 3 lawyers, and intelligence spread and false info. Actually, I do. It's funny you ask. I find that to be very weird. Venezuela. What else am I missing here? Anybody? The Venezuela gang. Alaska. Let's not forget Alaska. Oh, don't forget we got Dog said he's in Delco, PA, North Carolina. New York was one? Wow, New York. Oh, the pickle bag. Oh, let's not forget too. What was the other thing? Green hoodie handoff. Niece on that day went home. Oh, Rachel, it's okay that you asked that. I don't know anything about the word on the niece or any of that because I don't believe we should be stalking into children's whereabouts. But I can tell you without a doubt that CPS has spoken with that little girl as well as FBI. Oh, don't forget the priest, right? What's his name? Priest in Tennessee took him, but Trump's there. Trump's there, hid in a school, behavior school in Texas. What else? Oh, green hoodie handoff. Trafficking for labor, homeless camps. And now we got that he's allegedly with Uncle Danny. Yep, that's right. Thank you. Oh, that's right. Trafficked. That's a lot, huh? The mansions have them. I do. I think it was all a distraction. I do believe people really thought that was the actual person. Yeah, Bobby's saying they had someone carrying them away. I mean, but again, look at this right here. Early on, Seth comes in. The first thing he does is hire a spokesman. A spokesman. Oh, Jesus, Lordy. Native American reserves. Let me put that. Running out of space here. Running out of space here. That was next, Gary. Aliens, that was next. All right, so we have all of that, okay? I don't even know how to do all this again. But yeah, we have no answers. Mexico. We got to add Mexico somehow. Running out of space here. And guess what? We are unfortunately no way closer. No way closer. And nobody asks about any of these other possibilities. Nobody says, well, what happened to this idea and that idea? And why hasn't there been a follow-up on this or that? New York's on there. Oh, the landfill would be the KDOD one. It was Clue, Gary. And nobody questions this. Nobody says, well, wait a minute. You told us this was a possibility, but now you're saying he's alive. So is he here, here, here? Whatever happened to all of these leads? At one point or another, they were claiming they had great leads that led them to believe these things. And then they come out with the new breaking news. I do too, Marcy, but here's the thing. For us on YouTube to speculate or, kind of guess on where we think, that's one thing. But these people are claiming to be an intelligence group. These people are claiming to have actual insight to give them reason to believe these things. So what they do is they come out with this breaking news for immediate release. They drop something big as if they're onto something. At one point, they said they could even smell it. They were that close. And then they move on to the next thing, and nobody ever asks, well, wait a minute, what happened there? What happened? It's a bit infuriating. And listen, now I'll get into the red flags I find with Chris and Katie. Okay, we'll just go across the board. Some of you may agree, some of you may not. Some of you are likely going to get upset, some of you may not. I do find it weird that Katie left her home that early on. And I know we can say things like, well, she was being threatened. Okay, but even if she was being threatened, come have your parents stay with you, right? Her parents were at the house, so the house wasn't left empty, because when JLR came by, the Bauer Sox came out and kind of, who are you type of thing. So she could have had her parents stay with her, and the police probably would have likely been okay with having surveillance on her home, especially at that point when they don't know what happens. So this idea of being too scared and having to leave, I don't believe that's true. I don't think that, I don't think you'd be able to pull me out of my house. Even if the police told me I had to leave, I'd go next door and say, hey, can I stay with you? I'm not going to go states away. I'm not going to go hours away. I'm not going to go minutes away. I'm sorry, not Katie's parents. Chris's parents. I apologize. I said Katie's. But they were there, Petra. They were already there. That house was never left empty, is my understanding. Especially because when Katie and Chris left, when JLR was there, the Bauer Sox came out, remember? So that's going to be one thing. Seth says all these interviews, they know Sebastian is alive, but at the search, he tells people, see, I don't know what he says, vibrator. It sounds like he says we're looking for a dead body, but somebody speaks at the same time. So he could have said we're not looking for a dead body. I don't know which. But even if we dismiss that one because we're uncertain, we do know that he did the search over the Cumberland River and said it was a, whatchamacallit mission. Basically, he was looking for a deceased body. Why the hell did Katie allow Sebastian to keep going to her steps when he refused to give him his medication? That buck stops for me right there. That's medical neglect, which is abuse in family court. Well, I feel like that may have been overblown as well, and I'll tell you why. Recovery. Thank you. The only medication Seth refused to give was sleeping medication. So I don't know if that's really that big of a deal to withhold your child from, but, Hey, Goalie. Good morning. Thank you, guys. Recovery. I thought they had cameras on the house, so if someone showed up, they could see. I don't know what the appropriate thing for her to do would be. I don't know if they had cameras at that point or not, to be honest. I have no idea. She clearly values her life over her child. Sorry, if I want to go anywhere. Plus, any online threats are a joke, my opinion, especially in this situation. I don't know if I take them as a joke. Some people have gotten really nasty and serious. But like I said, there's ways to, I mean, Katie was in the Navy. She's not a weak woman. She has access to Tennessee is full of people that carry. She could have had family stay with her. She could have family, friends stay with her. I personally wouldn't have left. I find it odd. I do agree with that. Blood pressure meds. Life's 360. What are you talking about, girl? It says his son goes without sleep meds for one night. We're screwed up for a week. He'll go 72 hours. Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't healthy for him. I mean, Seth also made statements like, if Sebastian wanted to stay up all night, he'd let him. But if we have things to do the next day, son, you're going to get up and do them. That is weird. Especially when you know that he has the mentality of a 10-year-old and still needs guidance. That's weird. I don't find him knowing the depth of the retention pond weird when, at this point, Sebastian's missing. Like, maybe he needed to know without a doubt that he would, there's no possibility he'd be in there, or I want to know everything too. Tina, you're not the only one that has thought that. I don't think it, but you're not the only person that has thought that. Don't come for me, but I think Seth and his posse are part of a crisis actor community. Where have all the crisis actors gone? Nothing makes sense like a normal disappearance. Way too many distractions. I'm with you. All right, let's talk about that. So we got let's write out. We'll write them out. Let's write them out. Seth red flags. And don't worry, I'll do the Proudfoots too. GoFundMe day 3 and someone else's name. Is the typing really annoying? Maybe if I put it on my lap, it'll be less annoying. Hold on. All right, let's list them out. GoFundMe day 3. Hiring a spokesman. Waiting 8 days to speak to media. Asking JLR to videotape injury. Later, we found out because disability was following him. Visual on day 2. Oh, planning them out in advance too. Weeks in advance. February 26th, Kate wrote new family. Rachel just puts the word T-Rev. Pew Pew, T-Rev. Michaela was weird. 12,000. Oh yeah. All right. Fires PIs. C and D's. I don't know where the and button is. What was that, to 6? The pledge funds with the attorney. That was weird. Pizzagate was weird. I got to catch up to these because I saw those ones. He wasn't given other meds as he needed to teach Sebastian what to do when he wouldn't be there to provide the meds. Where was that at, I thought he just said the sleeping. Huh. Real attention he gives narcissistic men, searching 112 miles away. Cash App in the godmother's name. He went out of town too, huh? Actually, Gary, I had an award in school for typing, but now everybody types fast. I could type 112 words per minute. But that was back when I was in school. Yeah, but Farley, I agree with that, but I think planning like, hey, in 4 weeks we're gonna do another one where you have to pay to get in is weird. Because how do you know at that point that they're not going to be home? Ooh. Oh, let's put the behavioral school. If that's a red flag against them, it's against him too. Everyone associated case military, we all know they do psyops. I agree with that. Oh, thank you, Boxer. Yeah, it doesn't allow not asking the right questions, doesn't allow the searchers to be vetted. Sitting in truck 5 to 10 minutes for going in. Lying about the internet access. Dang, that's a pretty big list. Oh, thank you, Marissa. I just want people to open their eyes that it doesn't have to be sides and that there's weird things on both sides, right? Oh, lying about at work. Yeah, that was a big one. Dang, we got to make the font smaller again. Move, Nelly. Lying about injury at work. Dishonest about the internet. I didn't put that yet. Let's just put taco and burrito. They're weird. What did somebody else just put? Something I saw. Yeah, we can't forget Rico. Changing stories, creepy pasta. I got that up there. Oh, good one there. Rogers Homestead. Injunction. Gotta support Betty. Mortal Kombat. Hey, Chai. Thank you for being here. Said Katie didn't love his son. That's horrible. Sebastian had to come home and hear that. That would be horrible. Pizzagate was weird. Oh, Sharon Sebastian's trauma. That was weird too. How about just the fact that he's not searching? Yeah, he said that he was asked to take Sebastian. He said he'll give him another year to get his shit together. Nina Glass was a big one. Chris straight out said it. All right. Inappropriate behaviors on panels. Spelled wrong. Dang, they don't even spell. Oh, what? All right. What was the other one I just seen? Nina Glass. Trevor Lee. Leaks phone call on Chris custody date. Listen to PHB. I think injunctions, silence people discussing case. I put injunction on there. I put the date on there. I put telling everybody about the SA, allowing Betty to harass Katie, supporting that. How about supporting that? Wow, you guys are quick. I put the cease and desist. Oh, I'm way behind. Oh, you guys are good. Deplanting evidence. Holy crap, I was way behind all of you. Sorry. All right. Oh, yep. Stuff labeled. I think that's a lot. Katie's old foot. Well, we don't know if he had anything to do with that. We have the relationship to Michaela being weird. Leaving Sebastian unattended. Oh, that was the other one. Creepy pasta. My show and my son. Oh, and let's not leave off the biggest one. Like a Star Wars Underground Man. All right, you stop it now. We got the injury up there. All right. All pay links not in his name. That's true. Oh, and let's not forget, what do I have to gain? Want to ask Tiffany Politan and get away, Nelly. People searching. Can't forget that. Discrediting people searching. I got the trust fund. Not calling. Oh, cancel that. Oh, he also lied. That was right. He lied about he was speeding. Lied about not speeding to the Proudfoots. Then said he sped. Fallen asleep during Polly. Oh, yeah. They lied about that, too. Label. Offer burner phone. Waited till last day of CPS investigation. That we put on there. Oh, yeah, and where's his family been? Oh, that's right, too. Oh, that's right. Created his own tip line. That's a lot of stuff, guys. Trish, they use that against the others, don't they? So that would be one. Begging to be cleared. The YouTube channel. All right, hold on. Hope and police FOIA Mexico border crossing records. I feel like I'm in school and I raise my hand. That, you know what? Here, I'm glad you said that. Here, I got something to play. Listen to this. I think people forget this because I've heard this asked about the Proudfoots as if it'd be a negative thing, but I think people forgot this. Let me put my volume back up.
Insurance on their children.
All right, ready?
Yeah. I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber Grow Up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an insurance. I used to sell insurance in California. I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever.
So he used to sell insurance in California. That's new to me. But he said the youngest you can put them on is a 15-year-old newborn. Hey, Bonnie, a 15-year-old newborn.
Forget it. And with Gerber Grow Up, the price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double, and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see. Okay.
And, you know, say he wanted to take money out against it after he's 18 or 21, say he needed, you know, something for school, for college, whatnot, he can actually borrow against his life insurance policy. Because it's not a term, it's a whole life. So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan. You know, you should always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own. That he's going to be my age or older and be like, you know, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I'm going to do the same things for my kids.
My dad did a lot of things for me, he says.
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old. Yeah.
So he had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old. Oh, all right. These are a lot of, I mean, listen, and like I said, I'll do the same for the Proudfoots, but this is a lot. You guys ready to go over it? GoFundMe on day 3 in someone else's name. Hiring a spokesman. Waiting 8 days to speak to media. Asking JLR to videotape injury because disability was following him. A visual plan for day 2. Planning visuals week in advance. The date of February 26th. The whole wanting to buy a pistol with T-Rev. To give him Michaela $12,000. If I had the resources, I'd go get them. Fires credentialed people. Sends cease and desist to people in Tennessee, where he also states that they're not allowed to use his son's name. Pledged funds with that attorney for a reward fund, which never, that was weird. It was like, don't do it, then it was do it. Directed searches 112 miles away. Making people pay and be personally invited to vigils. Search 4 times. Search in behavioral schools. The alleged CPS reports, including the ones he has spoken about. When he made the statement, not asking the right questions. The morning of, when he found out Sebastian was missing, he sat in his truck for 10 minutes. He lied about the internet access. He lied about working. He lied about being injured at work. He lied about the internet usage. Then we have Taco and Burrito come out of nowhere, and they start playing interference and Detractors. Then we have the 501c3 of the Rogers homestead. We have the injunction that he placed on me in barbecue. We have him bragging about the pizza story from a mentally ill roommate he had that had him kicked out of their place because he stopped taking his medication. He proceeds to violate this man by spitting on his pizza, rubbing it on the floor, putting hair in it, after the man apologized and stated he was back on his medication. We have him telling Sebastian's trauma. We have his inappropriate behaviors on panels, such as what we witnessed on BJ's. We have Nina Glass and Tony Mathis Association, and the fact that credentialed folks did not want to work with them. We have him threatening Trevor Lee, calling him son, pounding his chest to him. We have the leaked phone call that they purposely put out on the date that Chris was in custody for his daughter. We have the alleged planting of evidence. We have him supporting Betty as she's getting protective orders for her harassment against Katie and Chris. We have him as a self-labeled suspect. We have him leaving Sebastian alone overnight. We have him watching creepypasta. We have him saying things like, this is my show and that is my son. We have him hiring a fake private intelligence group. All pay links are not in his name. He's discrediting people that are actually searching instead of being thankful. He didn't call Sebastian's phone the moment he found out Sebastian was missing, nor did he drive by his property to see if Sebastian was there. He lied about speeding to get to the Proudfoots that day, and later stating the courts labeled him borderline abusive. He offered a burner phone to Sebastian. He waited till last day of a CPS investigation to ask where they were in their investigation. We have the fact that his family and his own friends have been completely absent. Not seen, not supporting him, nowhere. We have Ellie not talking to him. And then we have TBI playing the what if game. We have the fact that he created his own tip line and aligned himself with people that have their own tip line. He said the tips go through him. We have him begging and/or protesting with Betty to be cleared as a suspect. He has a monetized YouTube channel. He had life insurance. He once stated he was a full-time father, student, and worker. And we have him showing his badge for clout. I missed a super chat. Pascal left the team. If he thought Chris was using his son, why didn't he take him? Well, that's the other thing. He also stated going to live with him was punishment. He'd give Sebastian another year to get his act together. I thought I had the date on there now. The date of February 26th. Yeah, February 26th date is on there. That's a lot of red flags. Basically has a YouTube channel where he has memberships and very pricey memberships, if I may add. Okay. No, it's not really a red flag. But when people are asking if Chris and Katie had it because they want to see it as a red flag, I see it as a red flag. Oh, yeah. Didn't I put that on there? Let me see. And then he signed a contract with these private investigators. Trouble at work and co-workers quit supporting. That's another one. Oh, thank you so much, Let's take a look. I'm a suspect. Yes, you are. All right, let's go ahead. Stop sharing that.
I'm a suspect. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party. I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Yes, Robbie, zombie rot.
There, what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the doors, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party. I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things. And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine, because all of my declarations aren't written by me. Yeah. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through. I didn't have a thing. I mean, we're talking about, I was 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse.
Be stripped away.
Can I also add that they quote me in this lawsuit as making a mockery of his mental health and trauma from his divorce by making the statement, "It's been 8 years. Get therapy, bro." Can we add that as a red flag? Honestly. You put in litigation that you are suing me because I said it's been 8 years, bro. Get therapy. I thought that was some solid ass advice. Well, he had Michaela. So.
And I want to strip it away a layer even more. And I want to meet Sebastian. I want to meet him right now. Actually, the thumbnail that's going to come up, it's not up yet, but it's been finished. It's beautiful, with beautiful pictures that you provided. So I first want to talk about.
You're so weird, Jennifer. You're so weird.
Katie in a different light. I want to talk about Katie in terms
Where are you going,
of
Texas?
When you all got married.
Where are you going, Texas? Go where? Rebecca, the beatdown video game. Yes, Mortal Kombat. Hold on. I gotta write that down. To a 5-year-old. And then he said, learn verbiage, son. That's weird.
Want the audience to understand there was a time when things were good. There was a time when you wanted to join in matrimony and have a family. So can you bring us back sort of to that day when it happened and so on, and just bring us up into the time?
We got married the day after my birthday. We got married June 21st, 2008. It was a very hot summer day. I remember our vehicle didn't have air conditioning.
He makes everything about himself. What was the other thing, though? The tattoos. Thank you. Thank you for saying the tattoos.
I didn't get to spend the night at my house, so I was over sleeping on a couch at a friend's house because can't be in the house with the bride the night before the wedding. Kind of take her. So yeah, and literally the stress of it all. I actually had a migraine the whole night, so it's not like I got to do anything fun or exciting. I was sitting there like, I need water, I need ibuprofen, and I need my head smashed in with a hammer.
What did you wear? Traditional tuxedo, or was it a cowboy wedding? What did you wear?
I wore it was a tuxedo. Well, no, it was a suit, brown suit. She was in a dress, beautiful dress. She was beautiful. I mean, I still remember some of the comments that she made that, she was like, you've never.
Where was that timestamp you just said? Because, here it is. I can't listen to this. Oh, actually, let's go to this.
Probably going to fail at it miserably. So I let my mom know.
Oh,
you're going to have another grandchild.
Horrible dad.
And from there, it, came along. December came around, and my son didn't want to come out. My son was, I want to say 5 days late.
You know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet.
Wait, he told law enforcement. Hold on. Rewind that.
What I did for him to sleep.
My son was Want to say 5 days
Want to know
late?
why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids.
You know why he slept all the time he was there? Because he was coming off of his medications.
Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house, and I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it.
Why would he tell that to law enforcement? Thank you, Butter Crumpet. I really appreciate you. Why would that be told to law enforcement? I told law enforcement. Why? Is this after Sebastian disappeared? They were looking for his medication? Wait a minute. Hold up just a minute. That is a little suspicious that like he didn't have medication for Sebastian at his house. Well, wait, did the medication go with like when they packed Sebastian to go to Seth's on the weekend, did they send his medication with him? That's weird. I mean, there's this whole thing. How could he survive without his medication if medication's missing? I don't know.
Myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son.
One of the reasons Katie divorced him is because he's wouldn't sign off on pharmaceutical medications that his son needed. But he'll perk himself right on up. After all, that's why they said he fell asleep, right? Because he was on his medication. And then he say on another panel he was taking whatchamacallits. They're not necessarily what the hell was it? They're not Percocets, but they're up there with it. Forget what it's called. Right, Kirby, but he can, right.
Refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had AD.
Gabapentin. Yep. He stated he was on gabapentin.
HD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4.
Then the psychologists even argued with him. We got to put that on. So you mean to tell me, and I'm being serious here, you mean to tell me that he fought against professionals and what they recommended to better his son, but had the nerve to come out here and say that Katie didn't get him the proper therapy?
I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak instead of building stuff up in the system.
His kidneys will filter it out when he goes to take a leak.
And you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you
pharmaceutical meth
trying to do to our kids? Needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me, and all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore, and then all of a sudden
he doesn't. How was Seth providing him insurance when he was on disability? I thought that he even said on Coffin Doffers that Katie went into the Navy to get Sebastian insurance.
All of a sudden, he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else, and he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And
how do we know that's not what's going on right now? You have to teach him how to live on his own without medication.
Until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house.
You sat there and told everybody that you had to show him Mortal Kombat at 5 because he didn't know Furbitch. You gave a whole story about him unclothing himself and destroying his room as you played video games downstairs. What do you mean? Didn't have any? You said when the police came to your house after Katie reported you that you said, "Oh, you know me. I'm the father of the autistic kid." How would they know you as the father of the autistic kid if there was no issues with Sebastian at that time? This is a load of crap.
And he flourished with that.
So that's
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers.
Oh, let's put that on the list. Self-proclaimed law enforcement. People say that's a red flag against Chris and Katie, claiming that Chris has family in law enforcement. But Seth Rogers here tells you himself he's law enforcement.
Or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and work them.
wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm
He worked in the laundromat.
sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of be geared toward Chris.
Oh yeah, Jody, so much. So much.
According to Chris, both of you guys spoke. What he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously,
Was he calling about Sebastian 2 weeks after Sebastian disappeared, and he calls Chris because he couldn't relax and watch TV?
he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number is still the same. And I know he probably watching, he probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me.
Oh, he's so tough there. He wasn't tough when Chris had him pinned against his truck, though, was he? But let's go ahead and acknowledge that for a minute. He was probably feeding me a line of bullshit. But then it comes out, right? It comes out, and we all get made aware that they were all looking into behavioral homes for Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's like he. Fuck off. You can call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's like he.
That's the spokesman laughing. The same spokesman that held the camera as he cursed off Trevor Lee. The spokesman.
That's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
You know, but that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house. Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But
who has time to make jokes and quote movies talking about their child's disappearance? I mean, seriously, that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. Just like he made a joke about Pascal wearing whatchamacallit, sport gear while he's talking about Sebastian's trauma. Like, just time for jokes.
Way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house. Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this.
Yeah, it looks like you're struggling as you're making quote jokes. Movie quotes, right? Real ha ha he he. Such a hard time. And listen, again, hold still because I'll be getting into the Proudfoots next.
Suspect.
And you have not been cleared.
No, nobody has.
Hey, Vegas. Hey, Angel.
For him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit. Another day that first one was a divorce, way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's two things in this world that you.
Did he just compare the disappearance of his son to the day of the divorce? Which tells me to him those things go hand in hand. The nuclear family? You're comparing the day that Katie Proudfoot sought a divorce from you to the day that your child disappeared? Are the two even comparable? Put a 1 in the chat if you find that to be an outrageous comparison. Hey, Sherry, good morning. An outrageous comparison. The 2 days she ruined my life was she ruined the nuclear family and the day my son disappeared. Oh my goodness. What an outrageous
I
comparison.
spent my family away from me. Nuclear family. First one was a divorce. Way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me.
Oh.
She's good at that.
She's good at that.
Something I always told my son. There's 2 things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy.
That's weird. That's weird. Like now, 2 things I always told my son: you can build or you can destroy. Which one did you choose?
Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer. That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody.
He's such a misogynistic. I'm sorry, he really is.
The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not. A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband.
Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me of when his private intelligence group came out calling Chris the side piece. Her husband of 8 years, that house-fed, clothed Sebastian, was the side piece. Seth said he knows where Sebastian is, doesn't have the resources to get him. He sure did, Darcy. Wow, this is interesting. Great video. This is by Jay. I'll link it. This is great.
Working to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son.
Oh, this reminds me when he said he no longer owes her any protection because it's not his wife.
But I don't see that.
I don't see that. Oh, boy.
You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends.
You have
right there. The only support I have is some of my close friends. Where are they all at? Where are they all at? So basically, he wanted Chris to get out of the picture so it could be him and Katie. That's weird. On the date of their divorce. That's weird. Let that sink in. Sebastian disappears on the date of February 26th. I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to true crime. On the date that he will always remember as the day she ruined his life by destroying his nuclear family. And he wants Chris, her husband, to take a back seat so those two can work together.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that...
Who doesn't believe that that he remembers exactly what Katie said?
That you see him with his optimism shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, right? The one they highlighted, there's a bruise. That one? That's the picture she shoved in your face? You don't remember what the words were? Does anybody in the chat want to take a guess what the words were that came out of her mouth? Anybody want to take a guess? What words could she have said as she shoved the phone that shows clear bruising on his neck into his face? Only wonder.
Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Confused him so much that he didn't even ask why. He didn't even say, hey, why are you shoving this picture in my face? Telling him he did it. SS, the one with the common sense in the chat right now. It wasn't to show a picture and say, hey, look, he looked fine. He was healthy. He was fine. It was to show the marking on his neck. Would be my guess. What do I know?
Do you know why she did that?
No.
Still don't know
'Cause it
why.
was a-
Looking to see what I can see.
Sounds to me like he's didn't want to find out the answer. You still to this day didn't ask, even when things calmed down, you didn't say, "Hey, why did you shove that photo in my face?" Now listen to what he says here.
Do you know why she did that?
No. Still don't know
'Cause it
why.
was a-
Looking to see what I can see.
Looking to see what I could see. Still don't know why. Looking to see what I could see. Like the bruise on his neck.
Obviously, my son's not there. Turn around and
Chris Watts.
I was there.
Chris Watts move. And DD, you are welcome for the Chris Watts reference. But to compare a man who literally took the lives of his 2 daughters and his pregnant wife to a stepfather who you can't even place in Tennessee at the time of the disappearance is pretty reckless.
For a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being.
To find out if they had any evidence. How about that? The morning he arrives there, he stays just long enough to find out if they have any evidence. Does anybody else find that to be a red flag? I stuck around long enough to see if they had any evidence. It's a weird statement.
To find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said.
Oh, did they have any evidence? Yeah.
And then,
Not to like find out what happens to my son and hopes that we'd walk outside, call his name, he hear a familiar voice and come out. No, just to see if they had any evidence.
and I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son. Kind of hard to
What he doesn't admit, though, is that him and Chris jumped in the truck together to look for Sebastian.
explain. But
Was she acting normal?
her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday.
Oh, now he remembers what Katie said a few seconds back, my friends. Did he not say he didn't remember why she shoved that phone in his face? Right here, right?
Shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on. Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know
'Cause it
why.
was a-
Looking,
Doesn't remember why she did it.
said something to me, and then shoved her.
Right here.
Katie said something to me, and then shoved her phone in my.
But a little bit further into this, now he remembers exactly what she stated.
Obviously, my son's not there. Turn around. I know what my kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
I bet you do.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know
'Cause it
why.
was a-
Looking to see what I can see. Obviously, my son's not there. Turn around and I was there for a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said. And then
Here it comes.
I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Here it
Kind of
comes.
hard to explain. But
Was she acting normal?
her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine.
Isn't it amazing that in the same interview, he doesn't remember what she said? She says something. I don't remember what she said, but she says something. And then later in the same interview, she says, see, we were at BJ's yesterday. Everything was fine. Which one is it, Seth? Do you not remember what she said, or do you remember exactly what she said?
And I'm like, you're trying to prove something to me. That's not how you.
Odd statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. Most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie.
Oh, he even felt left out there, too. Is that what it came down to? You felt left out of the nuclear family? This dude is unbelievable. He says he walked straight back to his room. Prove something to me. Oh,
And Kathy and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people who just appear to be concerned.
I need
Some
to
of them
know what
brought their
everybody
video
thinks.
footage over for Chris to look at.
he's so he sounds like he's envious of Chris. Some of them brought their footage over for Chris to look at. I didn't get to look at any footage.
So Chris got to see all the video footage. I didn't get to see shit.
Then why didn't you get up and say, hi, my name's Seth. I'm his father. May I see that too? Instead of being awkwardly sitting on the couch waiting to hear what evidence they have.
Right.
Still in the dark.
This is why this
That's
guy gets on my
quite,
nerves.
Interesting. What was your relation?
I'm still in the dark. Gotcha. And prior to his whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
Relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
He has a child.
I'm not an easy person to get along with.
Oh.
Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I love this.
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed.
I'm sure you have no idea. It's the day she ruined your life. The day she ruined your life. That was Jay's video. Great video. Thank you so much, Wee, for sending that to us about the medication. But, as I stated, we now have to go into the red flags of the Proudfoots. Proudfoot, red flags. Oh, I got quite a few for these. Woo! Probably more than you guys realized. Now I remember why I can't stand him, though, to be honest. He knows the exact date they got married. He knows the exact date that he found out she was pregnant. He remembers all of that. But he doesn't remember the date of the divorce. And at that point, we were all talking about it. Every single one of us were talking about it. I made a video on it. People made videos on it. He knew that that was the discussion. And you mean to tell me he never looked? He never bothered to look? He never heard the gossip? We know he did because he said,
Rogers,
he said, they're not sharing my part of it.
now known as Katie Proudfoot, files for divorce from Seth Rogers. In August of 2016, Katie files for a restraining order against Seth on behalf of her and Sebastian.
Since returning from deployment in December, I witnessed a multitude.
So this video was made. Let's see the date. This was made 7 months ago. 7 months ago. You mean to tell me he never knew people were talking about that? He did. He did. Okay. Anyway, let's get on to the Proudfoot red flags. Now, August of 2016. August of 2016. This case will be the next Lifetime movie. Right. That's why there's all these failed actors and actresses involved in it. Right. Julie, Nick, Hung, Slithers. All right. First red flag, leaving the house. That's a big red flag for me. Waiting 8 days to speak to media. Anybody else got any? That's a big one. No, that was the DVRO. The DVRO was August. The actual divorce was February 26th. Hans' interview was very weird. That was weird. Yes, this will be talked about for a long time. This will be talked about for a long time. If I had $1 million, we'd find him. Custody case with Nina. That was weird. What else we got? The marks on his arms were debunked though, so I won't do that. But you guys are right. Chris doing all the speaking. You know, I'll be honest. I feel we're amongst friends. I'm going to tell you guys something. It's like, I know we're not amongst friends, but I'm going to tell you guys something. He did lie. He lied on Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace about Polly. Mysterious about last date in Tennessee. Lying about taking place in polygraph. That he did. Yeah. Ton about his body. Yeah. Well, he said that privately to Terry Lynn, but still, that shouldn't have been told. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, start a screen recording on here. I don't even know how I did that. How incontinence. Was February 2nd. But he wanted to just say that they prank calling into live streams. That's weird. Prank calling live streams. Oh, we should have put on steps about him having dockets. Not being whether or not the Proudfoots have cameras. I kind of understand that, but we'll put that. Not directly answering about cameras. The three-way call. That was weird. Three-way call to LE. Talking behind, yeah. Talking to creators behind the scenes. See, I don't find that weird either because I know that he can talk a lot, but we'll put that. 3-hour phone call night of. I put that on there. I'm going to put the CPS calls. And then him saying he doesn't know about them. Doesn't know about the 5 alleged ones. Leaving home, I put that was my number 1. The belt incident. At least he did tell 2 different stories with the belt, though. I will say that. He did do that. I thought the phone call was 9:46 p.m. to 12 a.m. That's 2 hours, 14 minutes, unless I misheard. Maybe that was me. What did I put? 3-hour? We'll just do phone call night of. We got the lie detector. Him speaking as if he was there. That was weird. We would have heard him. You know, I was going to be honest. I don't speak to Chris. Okay. I don't speak to Chris. I don't speak to Chris currently. I'm not one of these people that are in cahoots with Chris behind the scenes. You know, when it came to the court, when he was having court with Betty, I did reach out and ask about that. You know, to get answers to that. I did tell him, you know, a lot of people are supportive of you guys. You don't deserve what Betty has done, la-di-da. But I do believe that Chris believes in a type of discipline that I don't. And I know that because he's told me some of the discipline that he's done. And I don't agree with it. Now, it's not physical. I will say that. He's never shared with me any physical discipline he's done with Sebastian. But the things that he did tell me, they're kind of old school and aggressive in behavior. I don't agree with them. I am one of the people that believe that Chris was, at the very minimum, verbally abusive. Way too strict. Yeah, what was that, K-Crime? Somebody pointed that out, that on that interview we did with Truth, that he said that. Do you know that Brittany J's one moderator has had 6 divorces? So every time I see them talking shit on that, it kind of cracks me up a little bit. What the hell is this? Truth. What is Truth's thing again? Shit. I got proof from what he's told me himself, Snowflake. We put that down. Why am I drawing a blank? It might be vibrator. Thank you. It might be. I do agree that there's different things that should be taking place. All right, let me get to that. I want to hear that part of the interview. People are tearing me up in the comment section over here, and it's crazy. All right, so. All right. Let me hear that part of this interview.
That's not what I said.
I know. So my point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay. Am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they did it. However, what I'm telling you is don't insinuate.
I have to be honest here because I'm backing truth up on this. I was told that story too. And the way I was told it did make hairs on my skin stand as well. Because the way it was stated is they ran to see what Wi-Fi was in the area the night and morning of that Sebastian disappeared. And the police were confident that there was 2 open Wi-Fis. Man, I'm a seahorse. I wish I could give you guys an example. Wish I could just repeat what was said. But this isn't the part I'm looking for. I'm looking for where he says the last time he saw Sebastian. Well, at least his name gets mentioned a lot in this. More than others can say. At that. 26. Saw. All right, here it is. This is the part I hear people are saying he had like a Freudian slip. Let's hear it.
That information out there. I am not releasing it.
Okay.
And I said that in an interview. Sorry, but that is one thing that.
Okay. Or I can't remember the exact beginning of February. Okay. You said on the Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the exact.
I said I couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm still not going to tell you the exact date.
Well, and you know what? You're right. All of them have said that he was stubborn, but I don't understand what's with the whole exact date thing. I don't get that. Can anybody explain to me why he would withhold the exact date? Like, I really don't understand that.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Why?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I'm.
But riddle me this: why would law enforcement tell him that? The exact date of the last time he saw Sebastian. Why would law enforcement tell him not to say that? But just think about it for a second. Why would LE say that? Why would law enforcement say, don't tell the last date you saw Sebastian? Part of investigation? In what way? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I can see if it's more like, I don't want to say something different online than what I've told the police, to be honest, but I don't. he was asked when the last day he was home. Right. Why would Ellie not want, maybe Ellie told him not to say it because they know who did something to Sebastian. In case someone else's dates change. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's more of that type of thing. Stranger things have happened. You're right. You're right. Touche.
I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mhm.
Law
Now
enforcement
this-
does not want that information out there.
Oh,
and
Ellen,
not
I'm-
releasing it.
I'm so sorry. Your son's in the ICU. Is everything okay? Right. People are saying that he wasn't allowed around Sebastian. Well, then they would have had Sebastian with Seth at that point. He was already set to go be with Seth, right? So why wouldn't you just speed up the process? None of that makes sense to me. Also, why is Ellie saying last the 26th when even Katie last seen him on 25th? Well, people have reached out to TBI and they have confirmed that Sebastian was last seen on the 26th. So
It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February. Until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
So they're trying to take that as a big deal, right? Now let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it unbiased. And you guys tell me, was this a slip?
Just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February.
It was early
Until
February.
I came home February 26th.
The last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. They're saying that that's him admitting that he saw Sebastian on the 26th.
Was early February. Just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February. Until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Until I came home February 26th. I mean, is it a weird statement? Yeah. When you're looking for weird statements, will you pick that up? Yeah. Now I'm trying to hear if I heard Seth say it, right? Because I admit it, I'm biased. I don't like Seth Rogers. If I heard Seth Rogers say the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home on the 26th, would I find it weird then? I would, to be honest. I would. So I can see why people feel that is weird. But do I believe it was an actual like slip up? No. I think he was just saying like it was the way it sounds. Oh, let's hear it again. One last time.
Just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February. Until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I
Now
understand.
this green hoodie guy, do you know anything about that? Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening?
I was trying to keep the focus more on asking questions because I don't have that opportunity to have Chris on panel to ask questions. I know people think I would give snowball questions. I didn't. I asked about the CPS. I knew people weren't happy. I asked him about CPS. I tried to keep the focus, but whatever. Listen to him, but he did come home 26 the day Sebastian went missing, so I don't see that as strange, or am I missing something? I guess people are saying like that was his way of slipping up, that he saw Sebastian that morning. Because they're accusing him of have done something to Sebastian. So of course they hear it that way. I'm just going to say I'm not dismissing what they hear. I do think it was just the way he phrased it sounded that way. I don't know. I try, Stephanie. They do say. Well, I end up taking over a lot, and I don't mean to do that. I have to work on that.
And that footage, is that footage correct?
And the footage was weird.
What I can tell you about that.
And I purposely asked if that was his mother. If that was his mother on Facebook. Like, I was trying. I wasn't throwing snowballs. Like, I was literally wanting to know some questions.
Is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered. She's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
No, that would be the result of,
Oh, well, whatever. That's done with that. Thank you, PD. I really tried. he could have even been referring to seeing the footage on the 26th of Sebastian last scene. Yeah, I mean, he could have been referring to a lot of things. I can see why people who think he's guilty find that to be like a, jaw-dropping statement. I get it. I don't know how I feel. I'll tell you, Lana Kay, even on that, though, I took over, and I shouldn't have done that. I just get excited. I'm like, I have so many things I want to ask. But it's not my panels, and I got to learn that. So I got to do better at that. But, yeah, they're trying to say I defamed him with the Lore Lodge. I don't feel like I defamed anybody. I felt like my questions were very fair in what I was asking when it came to Lore Lodge. Let me see. Let's go to that again. Where did he even... Here he is. Is this where he came up? I never liked re-listening to myself on these things, but... Let's see. I got so mad because the Lore Lodge said exactly what I said about the whole Chris's daughter situation. And yet I'm being sued for it. You son of a bitches.
Were going to adopt a child and had a social worker come, nothing to do with him, but had a social worker visiting them, and they parked in his spot to where he raged out so much. He went ballistic. Do you understand?
See, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I don't remember hearing about, I don't know, about the whole like CPS thing.
Of hitting Sebastian.
That's in legal paperwork filed.
Yes, but so this is what I would counter with there. There are all these claims that Seth was abusive towards Sebastian, and yet Katie in 2023.
Oh, I do know why, vibrator, and I'm so sorry you experienced that. Hi, my name's Jessica, also known as Granny's Watching, and I experienced the same thing. It was softball. What did I say? Snowballs? Well, like little snowballs are soft, whatever. Same difference. I'm looking at snow right now. I apologize. I am sorry you experienced that, vibrator. And the reason being, so many people are so simple-minded that thank you, Irish Eyes. They simply see Chris and Katie as bad. And there's reason. There's reason to see them as bad. I was doing a list. We can finish the list. But the fact of the matter is, that has closed all their minds off. And because they want to see them as the villains, that has to make Seth the hero. Therefore, if you say anything against the poor grieving father that is Seth Rogers, you're automatically attacked for it. I thought it did too. Thank you for correcting me, though.
Was ready to allow Sebastian to go live with Seth. So either way, whether what Seth did is true or not, that does not make Katie look great. Either she lied or she was about to allow her son to go live with an abuser.
So Bill, or Sebastian was now 15, turning 16 and capable of defending himself as opposed to being a 5, 6, 7-year-old.
Given his health issues, I would argue he is in no way capable of defending himself.
Well, I'm glad you said
thing is one other thing. Let me say one more thing. You said in your
I was so glad he brought up his health issues because I so badly wanted to confront him over what he said about his health issues.
Live that he was not high functioning, that he was very medically needy, and if that's true, you might want to ask Seth on his panel, if he was that medically needy, why did he leave him 4 days a month for 14 hours a day while he went to work at night?
Well, I think that might be a misrepresentation or a misunderstanding of what I was saying.
So two things you've misrepresented in your
No. I'm not saying that's something I misrepresented. I'm saying
Ro was on him. She was on him.
I think you might have misunderstood what I said.
No, another thing is you said that you have an autistic brother. Okay, I had a special needs sister.
K-Crime, there's so many other options than the fact that the parents did anything. There's many of them.
If multiple,
and as I have said, I am not supporting Seth.
Seth Rogers is.
But I'm not supporting Seth.
But that's bullshit because he is supporting Seth, and we know it.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay. All right. Y'all have a good day. I'll be down in chat.
She said,
"Get the fuck out of here." Granny, you're up here. Brianna, you're up here.
Hi, Aiden.
Hi.
I would like to come at this from the academic perspective, because when you came up defending
Aiden never responded to my email, by the way.
What you were talking,
maybe if I go live and I attack him and I pull up old streams of him and all that, maybe he'll do what he tried to do to Chris. Maybe if I berate and belittle him, maybe he'll come up on stream.
about, you kept talking about your documentary. Your document is
I cited a guy thing.
Do you know you're doing this
$1 a month for free?
And
Interrupting all the for provide them.
Does
well you in the chat grab the most recent John Benet Ramsey
show that you were telling the truth on here or whatever it was you were wanting to prove. So
do you want me to share my screen?
If you'd like to, go ahead.
Sure,
That's up to you. I mean,
he charges you money to get where he gets his facts from. Love that.
Regardless of what
question, because you had just mentioned
I want to talk again.
that a lot of your information.
See, and people say I overtalk people. That was twice now I tried to talk and I did, and I stopped.
Your documentary is, supported by facts. And what facts do you have that would point to Chris and Katie? Because law enforcement.
Well, so weird thing. Some guy is involved. It doesn't.
Don't.
It's
well, Aiden, would you admit that there's likely something they know that you don't?
It's entirely possible there's stuff that they know that I don't.
Oh, it's entirely factual. Would you admit that perhaps knowing all that information could give a drastic different outlook? And at that point, you've incited an audience by your conviction that these parents are guilty. If it came out that they weren't, what audacity they have to laugh at Bree, right? When they sit with somebody who mispronounces words all the times, but makes fun of other people for doing so, who speaks a horribly broken English that is far worse than myself, but yet mocks me. I might mispronounce shit, but I will outspeak you any day. I mean, please. Can you imagine me having a debate with her? Woo. Realize the impact that these parents are guilty. If it came out that they weren't, do you realize the impact you have had?
I would feel horrible about it and I would apologize.
Well, and at that point, do you think an apology does much? Do you think that we have a responsibility as channel owners, especially one of your size, to make sure that for example, I listen to your, and I don't disagree entirely with you. Believe it or not, I know, you may see that I'm involved in a RICO and alleged believing in Proudfoots or whatever, but I don't. Okay. I honestly don't. But I did listen to you give all these facts of Nina. And then after you stated all that, so you know as well as I know the way it works, that's what people are leaving with. You then admit that a lot of what she stated could not be backed up. An example being if the Bauer Sox, live streams via Facebook, threatening her life, you mean to tell me in and out of court custody, she doesn't have that screen recorded ready to hand over to you?
Well,
so sorry, go ahead.
So in the documentary, what I said was a lot of this needs to be corroborated by police before it is basically.
I do agree. There are times I've taken over Queen Bee's panel. I can acknowledge that. I'm working on it. I do agree with that. But she can't even run a panel. Brittany can't even run a panel on her own. The fuck out of here. Before it's given to the public, right?
Well, no. What I said was that I think a lot of what Nina is saying should be looked at by the police because I'm not the one who put it out in the public. Nina did.
No, you actually did because a lot of that didn't come from Nina. It came from you this time.
No, it came directly from her interview with, I think the guy's name was Trevor.
Did you see the video I played the other day of Nina by chance where she's laughing about Chris calling her in a panic and she says, Jesus Christ, Chris, you lost a whole child. Thanks for ruining our family vacation.
No, I mostly went by transcripts.
By transcripts.
It was drop it in the back, Granny. I'll pop it up.
It would have taken forever to just listen to each one. So I went by transcripts.
So you go strictly by transcripts, which means you don't get the tone of voice, you don't get the sarcasm, you don't get the seriousness. You can't just go by transcripts, but okay. Yeah, I get that.
And can you go back and answer my question on what facts that you have that you're going off of that make you
It's hard casual.
The theory that you are portraying to your audience?
Sure. They're all in this document.
A document you wrote yourself. Aiden, I have one logical question for you.
Sure, go for it.
We're from the same area, so I understand you're not really being argumentative is the way we speak. So I'm going to defend you on that. I see people in the chat saying he's raising his voice. That's the way we speak.
And we're just
But
the area stuff.
yeah. But the one thing you did mention is that given that Chris would want custody of his daughter, would be a reason, right, to kind of maybe perhaps get rid of Sebastian. But wouldn't that ruin your chances? Like, wouldn't that put a big, like, wait a minute, from a perspective of the court, you have a child that is missing under your care. Don't you think that the police, the judge, the police, everything were involved in this custody case before they went and endangered another child's life?
I would like to,
like, if this guy's a murderer of a child, do you think the court's going to say, here, is it not logical to think that you're going to get a better chance at getting custody of a child by making one child disappear? Well, and I was waiting for that, Cheesy, because he himself mentioned that Chris had the dockets for the hearing locked down. He put that as a red flag. Chris Proudfoot sought to have his court records for custody sealed. Was a red flag for him. Yet up here, he says that he had the court dockets. Then he admits that he didn't have the court dockets.
to believe the justice system works properly, but I think we can all observe that it doesn't.
But this is over in a whole different, so we can't say like it's Sumner County being corrupt at this point because it's not in their jurisdiction, right?
Well, that's the thing with New Mexico is that they might not be able to go in and do the things that they need to do in Tennessee to check in. And if Sumner County isn't willing to turn things over, then New Mexico can't do anything about it.
Bullshit. I strongly disagree because I think just the logic part of it, if like you mentioned, Sebastian was set to go live with Seth, why not just allow that to take place and then they can have their happily ever after family with their daughter? So why would you instead risk your freedom, risk the chance of ever having custody or seeing your child again by making one vanish? I mean, logically, that doesn't make sense.
Because I have a feeling that part of that custody case was going to be bringing Sebastian in to testify. And if Sebastian testified, Chris would never get custody of Faith. Would never.
I would. Can I also point out that Sebastian was not set to testify? He was not set to testify. Agree with you, given the fact that both Seth and Chris have stated that Sebastian over exaggerates and lies to authority in an attempt to get them both in trouble. Both men have said that, by the way.
Okay.
With his, like you said, you claim to believe that he's very disabled. Do you think his testimony would have been that credible?
Well, no, I don't think he's very I think there was a misunderstanding about what I said there. And maybe I misspoke, but what I was intending to say,
And what you intend to say and what you do say matters very much. He said that Sebastian was very disabled. That was his words. Like, I quoted him back. Yeah, and I'm with you, Sassy Hound. I will not be watching him with SF. If anything, I'll be restreaming it. He can strike.
To present was that Sebastian has a very serious chromosomal disorder that can put him in serious danger. I was not trying to say that he's low functioning. I don't think he's low functioning at all. My understanding is that he's actually quite high functioning.
Right.
It was more about the physical disability for me than the any mental.
That's what he said, Joe Mark.
So based off of that information right there, do you believe Seth's story about the Lego or the Hot Wheel?
I'm not sure I'm familiar.
You don't know about the fact that
Of course, he's not familiar. He's not familiar with anything about Seth. He didn't look into Seth. He looked into the Proudfoots. Let's face it.
That Sebastian slipped on a Hot Wheel and fell towards a doorknob.
Okay, that one. Gotcha. Yeah.
How did I take over? I took turns. Look, small girl talk, be Tim's talking.
Here's the thing. I think Sebastian never said
mother's lap and said that. No, Seth said that Sebastian ran downstairs, jumped in his mother's lap, and said, "Daddy beat me."
Okay. Maybe I was thinking about the document from Katie in court then.
So here's
the thing. But again, that is Seth saying that Sebastian ran downstairs and said this happened.
See how Seth has no credibility about what Seth said, but he gives all the credibility to Nina? You right, Cheesy? Just like saying that Chris said, you know, if people find out about Sebastian, which is another thing you repeated, which ironically, I'm in an injunction for the same thing you said, but you were praised for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like right there, he believes when Seth said, well, Seth says that Chris said, that's taken as fact. But when you say that Seth said, that's not taken as fact. You got to love the irony of that.
Not sure why.
I'm not sure why either.
Yeah, my understanding of that, for me, it was very much like, all right, I looked through all of Chris's statements and I've only found Chris saying things that vaguely agree with that.
Right, because you're not looking at Seth. And here's my thing. Anybody that is of any credentials that looks at this case and sees that the father of a missing child is taking YouTube creators to court alleging RICO, they don't back it. Have you seen Seth back on Vinnie Politan's? Has anybody seen that? No, you know why? Because they think his RICO injunction is a mockery. That's why they started off one of their newscasts talking about what actual RICO organizations are. Anybody with a lick of sense realizes what a mockery it is.
Can I ask a question? Why do you put so much stock into what Chris's ex says, but not so much stock into Katie, what she says?
99% of what I put stock into is what Chris himself said.
Yeah, but Seth
everything else was just supportive to that.
Seth said a lot of incriminating things himself, which is pretty crazy. Like, for instance, did you know what age he met Katie?
I've heard she was a minor.
She was 12, and he was 21.
Okay.
Jod is a moron. Doesn't think I'm right about what? Jod is an absolute moron. The fact that that woman claims credentials, but sounds like a rambling lunatic. She's a moron. Sammy, thank you so much for always pushing that. I really appreciate you. Absolute moron.
That's hold on real fast.
So
that's pretty gross.
Up our family vacation.
Do you know she lied that she was taking her kids to Florida so she can turn around and say, oh, by the way, Chris ruined our vacation. So she could tell that to her kids. She's one of those women that weaponize her kids. Do you know, prior to Sebastian disappearing, she did not make a singular Facebook post about her children. After her little moment in spotlight, all of her Facebook posts were about her children. But here's my thing, educated opinion, with utmost respect. She alleges that she knew that Chris was abusive prior to getting pregnant by him. She alleged that Chris was abusive to her other two children. So why did she get impregnated by him? Listen to yourself. All your content is replaying and talking shit. They allowed Sebastian to get SA. That's stupid. You can't say anybody allowed him to get SA'd, October Skies. You don't, parents don't allow children to get SA'd. That's such an ignorant statement to make.
You just go lose a whole kid. We're not talking about a bearded dragon here. We're talking about a whole kid you lost.
Yeah, that's so ignorant.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in this situation is a saint. But the fact of the matter is, for me, what I'm looking at is who had opportunity, motive, and means to get rid of Sebastian.
And the whole point of my stream is to point out that all three have red flags. So what did you think my content was? Like, if my content's not to show what they've all said to be shady and weird, what do you suggest the content would be? But coming from somebody who believes that people allow their child to be SA'd, I mean,
could you please explain that process, that thought process?
For year to get his shit together.
Okay with it, and then they were trying to convince Katie to get on board.
Right.
But
because
what
a
you
year
said,
prior, Sebastian said, or Seth said, he'll give him another year to get his shit together. So if Sebastian was so, abused and neglected, why didn't Seth step up a year ago instead of giving him a year to get his act together?
Well, my understanding here,
which takes me back to the red flags, right? Seth said that every time Chris called him to talk about Sebastian, he was bullshitting him. Seth made it as if he had no idea this whole time that there was any struggles behaviorally with Sebastian. But yet we find out that all three parents were looking into behavioral homing, which means they were all aware that things were getting out of control. So this idea that he thought everything was all peachy clean and Sebastian was doing so well and there was no issues is bullshit.
Katie
Brandon,
is fully on board.
Brandon, you gotta let
She's
him
not.
answer.
She is
But
now
he's
fully
wrong.
on board.
Listen, you got to let him answer. He's like, he's on this thing. He's got a bunch of people shoot their own question at him. Let him answer one question at a time. So, you know what I mean?
I
Just
agree.
saying.
But letting him lie doesn't help anything.
No, please don't call. Say,
That's
you know what I
true,
mean?
so-
Like, just let's be polite.
They're all
one
off.
question at a time.
So I read this out
Next
already.
Monday,
but it
just
says,
it.
so you're just an outright denial of reality. Got it. How could I possibly be biased? What connection do I have to this case? I'm not being paid. I'm not related to any of them, which in my opinion, I thought you either were or you were called and asked to do this.
No.
Since I wasn't in the Navy, Chris Fleck and I.
Close to the Cyrus fact to it, but
yeah, that's my opinion.
Which of course you're welcome to it, but some could argue that you do have a connection. Are you very close to the Cyrus family?
No.
Oh no.
I had no interaction with Brazen Cyrus until he sent me that DM.
Okay. Are you
I don't even
aware
really
that
listen to any of their music. I think Miley's
I don't
actually
even know
gotten
who they
pretty
are.
solid into the rock scene lately, but other than that, I don't listen to the Cyrus family.
So he just randomly sent you a message and asked you to get involved in this case?
Yes.
And he just so happened to allegedly pay the retainer for this at night media company?
Wait, what?
And you just happen to be from Pennsylvania and went to the school that Joseph Lasniak claims he taught
wait,
at?
hang on. What?
Wait.
Who?
Okay.
What?
See, like the distractions there. Like you just so happen to get a message from this random guy you've never spoken with, asking you to cover this case. This random guy that allegedly paid the retainer for these fools to come on board. You just happen to live in our area and went to the school where Lasniak taught. Okay.
What?
I'll roll it back. Not you. So there's a quote unquote private intelligence agency that received a $500,000 retainer to get involved in this case.
All right.
That was allegedly paid by that Cyrus gentleman that just so happened to also reach out to you.
I was not paid anything. So
I believe you. Why would he reach out to this guy from Pennsylvania that talks about urban myths? And what do I say, Joe Madre? Thank you, Jackswell, for becoming a member. I don't believe in coincidences and true crime. I don't believe in it. Well, yeah, because I was getting pissed, Allie. Because, I mean, we're not fools. You weren't paid anything. I'm not saying that you were, but you can admit that there's some odd connections here nonetheless.
I mean, I don't know when At Night got involved.
Well, maybe you should if you're doing a timeline on the case, sir.
I was reached out to. It was either late June or early July.
Yep. Okay, they did say that, but in their injunction, they claimed that it was paid by a anonymous person from Brentwood, Tennessee.
Over Instagram DM, I was not paid. I said, I said I'll look into it, and that was it.
Who reached out to you?
Brazen Cyrus.
Brazen Cyrus. Okay, thank you.
And why would this Brazen Cyrus guy? Why doesn't he get it? Why doesn't he get Miley to post about it? Why is he getting this guy? Like, why would he pick this guy out of anywhere?
Thank you very much. I have a question though. Back to you didn't know about when the relationship started with Chris and Katie. You didn't know that during one of the interview of Terry Lynn that he said that she would be his at the age of 14. And
did not know about that part. All I knew was that she was a minor.
How about the fact?
All I knew was that she was a minor. So you knew. He just said he didn't know at all. Now he's saying he knew she was a minor.
Said in Dolly Vision's chat that Sebastian Rogers was the only child that wasn't aborted by mine. And if you look at the
he makes an excuse for that.
Since Sebastian?
No, he said mine. The screenshot said mine.
Well, yeah, but they were together after they got married.
Yeah, but
she was deployed.
I'm sorry, you go. I'm sorry. My apologies.
All right. Well, yeah, so here's the thing. I will ask Seth about that when he comes on the show.
Did Seth go on his show yet?
He will not.
I mean,
well, that goes back to from your opinion. Where and what is that information? Because the police have evidence.
Right. Aiden, are you aware that the police told Seth that they only wanted to communicate with him via text? So there's a, direct proof of communication. They also played the what if game with him.
What if you
and that he's the only parent out here and announced himself as a suspect? He's also the only parent to have financial gain from the very beginning, 3 days after his son disappeared to current time with a monetized YouTube channel solely based off his Woe Is Me, not Sebastian. Ask him the last time you threw a poster of Sebastian's face up on that channel.
Wait, and also 3 days after Sebastian went missing, he did a GoFundMe for himself.
That's what she's talking about.
Yes, exactly what I just said. I think it's odd that this guy don't know anything about Seth.
My understanding about the GoFundMe was that it was so that he could remain on the ground looking for Sebastian.
And are you aware that he didn't remain on the ground looking for Sebastian? Are you also aware that he did receive his all of his coworkers paid leave? So he was financially okay. Are you aware that he recently admitted via his green team, they call themselves, that he was not searching on the ground because he didn't want to risk disability? Are you aware that in this injunction and the 9 months that Sebastian has been missing, he has only searched 4 times on the ground?
I mean, I'll have to go and corroborate some of that information myself because that contradicts with some things that I've seen. But I mean, here's the point. Here's where I feel like we're getting the weeds. I have never come out here to say Seth Rogers is, number one dad. I don't.
No, but when you have people in your chat claiming you're now part of the green team, yeah, you kind of are.
I don't think he is. I don't think Chris is either.
Okay.
My issue is that what I was looking for was I was trying to put myself into the mind of a criminal investigator here. When you
boy, gee golly, well you failed because you didn't look at all suspects, sir. They would have a track.
That he had met.
He's so clever. The police would have a track of that, to be honest.
Yeah,
That's the only problem with that is they would have a digital footprint.
Yeah, but would they release that if they're looking for them to the general public? If they don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what they would do.
So my thinking is that if the police were confident it was not the parents, they would have said that.
Well, to be fair, not quite unless they have a suspect in mind. Because
that's what I mean, is if you have something like there's a line of communication showing that Sebastian was talking to this one specific person right up to the moment he disappeared, and maybe there's even text material that says as much. That is at that point, that's a suspect who is not in the family. That is somebody that you should be looking at. And if that were the case, I would say, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, my thing with that is that Seth didn't come out in the beginning and state that. So how would police know?
That's where I see a lot of similarities with the Ramsey case. I mean,
oh boy,
the parents were not forthcoming with the police.
Yeah,
and as a result, the investigation has been derailed.
I have a question. Wait. I haven't had a chance to really ask questions.
I haven't either, but okay.
Can eat cheesy email or something.
Wait.
I'm gonna get down beats him. That's all. I just would really like to speak to Aiden myself as well, because I wanted to run past. Here's my thing, right? And I'll be honest. This is my biggest thing, because there are these quote unquote sides. There is not one trusted person that I can go to and say, hey, I've been told X, Y, and Z. Does that match what you've been told? There's nowhere to go. And it drives me nuts because there are some things that I wish I was in a position where I could present what I know and say, hey, have you heard this? Do you know anything about this? And I can't. And I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I think it is horrible. I think it is an injustice to Sebastian. I think it's an injustice to everybody that is invested in this case. I don't like it. And it's really a gross place to be, to feel like these things can't be questioned with somebody who isn't pro Proudfoot. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that was pretty much the end of it. Cheesy, if there's a way to reach it.
I can do another 20 or 30 minutes.
I didn't want 20 or 30 minutes.
All right, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. As I said, go ahead and ask. We'll do one each. Go ahead. Be done with yours first. Go ahead.
All right. You stated that you hate Chris. Why? How are you going to be a neutral?
This is where I come in. You ever spoken to Chris? I insulted him because I said it's your own childhood trauma. I didn't mean to say that.
I tried.
All right.
Truck drives a truck, or Seth drives a truck too. So all the little cronies that were laughing at that joke. Yeah. But we do say that. That is a thing we say. Like, people drive big trucks to compensate for their small. That is a saying that we have. I've mainly known it to be true, because there'll be someone clip that and send it. Well, I do hope somebody does. I have legitimate questions. Remember when I made Hong's face the wrecking ball and Nick was Miley Cyrus? That is like a running joke over here.
Cheesy, go ahead.
First, there is an interview with Craddock where
I guarantee he won't do an interview with me, Laura Lulu.
He did say that there is no evidence of foul play on the part of the parents.
He did. And he did say that. But the fact of the matter is, there has to be something going on right now. I shouldn't have said that to him, Casual Art. I felt bad. That was cruel of me. I mean, the day he's an innocent. Well, Katie should have Sebastian. STPS, yeah, and he labeled him borderline. Well, I'm going to tell you that Seth on a podcast himself stated that the courts labeled him borderline abusive, and that he himself stated that CPS, yeah, and he stated CPS never even investigated him for those claims against Sebastian.
Mhm.
And then, of course, he blamed that on Katie and said, well, Katie should have gave you my phone number. But he was aware he was being investigated. So if he was an innocent man of that alleged beating, wouldn't he have just walked himself to the the last day of the investigation, he managed to find the CPS office.
I don't think anybody's ever accused Seth Rogers of being smart.
Here, this pissed me off. But see, that's not a fair excuse because I say the same thing about Chris. I don't think he's that smart
I would agree
either.
the same thing about Chris.
Right. So now, but that's like everything. I think the problem for me personally is like, I see why you think the Proudfoots are guilty. I'm not that blinded by everything happening, but it seems like you have a lot of excuses when it comes to Seth because you're set on your narrative of them being guilty. That even like right there, you're like, oh, well, maybe he's just not that smart. He was smart enough to find the CPS office on the last day of the investigation. So he was smart enough to do that. Right.
So I think that there's a little bit of maybe misunderstanding regarding why
he won it, Laura.
What I value when it comes to information. I'm looking for who had the means, motive, and opportunity. Like who was most likely to commit this crime.
I could drop means, motive.
With Seth, we know that Seth has an alibi.
No, he
Chris
doesn't.
has an alibi. Mm-hmm. The only person without an alibi is Katie.
Seth was allegedly missing for 2 hours at work that night, and Tony said he was taking a nap in his truck. So is that really a strong alibi? Oh, boom!
I'll have to look into that.
Can I ask you a question? Like, what do you think happened? Like, let me just say exactly what
he's
you
just
think
stuck on
happened,
his thing.
I'll admit that it's changed a little bit in the last few weeks as I've kind of thought over, could Sebastian still be alive? But my thinking when I made the documentary was Chris Proudfoot is involved in a very bitter custody dispute. And it is very likely that Nina, if she needs to, as a method of last resort, will try and get Sebastian to testify in some way. Mm-hmm. And that if he were to do so, there is no longer a question about who Faith should be with. It's Nina, because
I wonder if he's figured out by now that Sebastian was not set to testify.
Nina's not abusive. I mean, we know that Chris admitted on at least two occasions hitting Sebastian. We know that he had at least 2 CPS calls in Tennessee. He said as much himself. He didn't realize he'd said it, but he did say.
He did.
So for me, I look at it and I'm thinking, all right, there's the motive. Chris, first of all, doesn't seem to like Sebastian very much, just based on the way he talks about him. I grew up with a stepdad. I know.
He calls his own YouTube videos documentaries.
Oh, what a good stepdad is. Chris is not a good stepdad. So I look at what Chris is, he doesn't seem to like Sebastian. Sebastian could be a thorn in his side for this custody case. And Sebastian is somebody else in the home that requires a lot of Katie's attention. And in my opinion, Chris has a serious narcissism problem. That's my opinion. I see when I look at him speak, he's always talking over Katie. He's always talking about himself. Even when it's Sebastian, it's somehow about him. So Chris has motive.
This is where I come in so annoyed.
Opportunity. If personnel. And then do we have means? Yeah, we have means. So my thinking was, all right, I don't think that they necessarily killed Sebastian.
They have means.
But I think that Chris needed Sebastian out of the way long enough
for
him to get custody of Faith.
He did.
And I think that he was thinking, we'll get that done this summer, and then it's good. We're done. And then Sebastian can show back up with a fabricated story of some kind, and it'll all be fine. I think that during that time period, the intention would have been to have Sebastian stay with his. I think that Sebastian would have been staying with the Proudfoots or the Bower Sox during that time period. I will say, it has now been almost a year.
What a stupid thought.
I think that kid would have needed to go to the doctor at some point. And that leads me to believe that if he hasn't.
What if Daddy Dearest wasn't giving him medication?
Turned up?
Planned on being killed by Chris because.
Abducted, not necessarily.
And you believe that this was planned by a guy that was 3.5 hours away, not lying, without.
Been all that difficult. I mean,
wow.
Chris doesn't need to be there for that to happen. Chris doesn't need to plan all of this that day. And now I'm seeing a lot of suggestions that Chris was actually in Hendersonville that weekend.
That's so stupid.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, I don't know. He had said some weird stuff.
I mean, everyone has. I mean, like a lot of individuals have said some very weird stuff. For instance, the what if game, Mr. Seth Rogers has stated that, the cops have asked me, what if I paid someone to kidnap my son? Mm-hmm. And they wanted text communications, and they also wanted in-person interviews with them. That's mm-hmm. very odd. If you know that, that's not usually a good sign when cops want to do in-person discussions with you. Mm-hmm. I mean, like the issue with your theory is that,
if it was
on camera though, Aiden. And
Yeah.
don't you think if they had the means, it would have been more logical just to send them to the behavioral health living facility?
That doesn't prevent him from being brought to court to testify.
Well, if you get, some type of note from a doctor stating he's not, I mean, if he has according to Seth and Chris, they both have said, I agree that I think that Chris was abusive. So I'm not even going to take that from you.
Yeah.
But I also think that both fathers have painted this idea of Sebastian being of stational defiance disorder, if you will, and going against them and trying to get them in trouble with CPS, almost weaponizing it against them.
In my opinion, that is yet more reason to believe that Chris would have had concerns about the custody battle. So, I mean, listen, it's
not really, because what I was trying to say is that then his testimony could be debunked as him being an unreliable source.
Saying he's a diagnosed narcissist. I'm saying he appears to be one.
Don't you think that's a little bit dangerous on your show where you are an authority figure?
I'm gonna have I need y'all to run. Okay. Green.
I quite
cheesy. We have some
ask. Are you in case?
A whole bunch of things, behavior. This thing I have taken him visited by CPS for a number of things.
Well, are you open to all the lies that Seth has shown and stated as well?
I mean, yeah, I fully believe it's possible that Seth has lied about a number of things. I just don't see how it's relevant to the means, motive, and opportunity conversation.
Well, see, that drives me nuts right there. Because if you're saying my big suspicion with Chris is that he's lied so much, I'm telling you, so has Seth, and you're saying that doesn't matter. So here comes my means, motive. I was trying to get to the means, motive, and opportunity. So Seth was all, he was finally going to have Sebastian, which would have given an open dialogue with Katie, which he has shown to have a lot of love still for. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount that he reminisces on his marriage with Katie, his nuclear family, whatever. Sebastian did not want to go live with Seth. He didn't want to. So Sebastian was in the way of Seth getting his way. Well, Seth is the only person to come out here and make a shit ton of money, which then gave him the means if something did take place.
Can I ask this? Well, I mean, if he didn't have the money in the first place, he wouldn't have the means when it happened. But
he had the criminals aspect of it. He had open. What do you mean if he didn't have the means in the first place? An IOU dialogue with plenty of criminals. He could have done an IOU.
But okay.
Not speculation, but okay.
Well, yeah,
all right.
That's all we're doing right now, is speculating on means, motive.
So.
Right, the whole conversation is speculation. That's what everybody was doing, speculating. He's speculating Chris and Katie had the means, motivation, and I'm saying so did Seth. And
sorry,
notice, Aiden has nothing to say there because to him, it's the same thing the cops said. What if you had your son kidnapped? What if you arranged it?
For a moment.
Sorry.
The claim that Sebastian did not want to go live with Seth, where's that coming from?
It came from Chris and Seth over on a Web Sleuths panel.
Do you have a link to that so I can go watch it?
I can grab you a link.
Because everything Seth has said in interviews has been that Sebastian felt like Chris and Katie didn't like him very much. Sebastian,
I love this
and that about Katie and Chris. I don't know that I ever saw him say that Sebastian wanted to go live with him.
How many interviews have you saw?
Oh God, it was a couple of dozen.
Did you see the one with website? So obviously with about you know what I mean? Like it's a little there's oddities around here. A lot of oddities, let's just say.
Yeah, and I plan to ask Seth about these things when I get him on. It's why I want to have Chris on too. I told Chris for months, hey man, if I'm wrong, come on and tell me. And he has not done that.
But is it fair? Would you give him a fair shake if you says, I have such hatred for this man? Like you literally said that last night.
I have given multiple people that I deeply loathe a fair shake.
But why do you loathe like him if you never met him? Like I don't loathe Seth, and I don't like.
I don't need to meet a man who hits his autistic stepson.
I mean, I don't. So
yeah, proof positive when Kate the information. Admit there was a vast majority of that episode that came out on Friday up till now. So I tried to go with some of the more concrete stuff.
Love Sebastian. He didn't feel. Well, Aiden, you just said that Seth said that Chris and Katie didn't love Sebastian. He didn't feel loved. Don't you find it odd, as this gloating father he appears to be, that he didn't intercept and take custody sooner?
I'm not sure that he had the opportunity to do so. If you look at it, I mean, Chris and Katie had the higher income. They had a house. They were a completed family. I don't see it as being likely that a court would have given Seth custody without the issue of abuse.
Well, Sebastian's at the age where he could tell a judge where he'd like to live. So I disagree with that. If he could be held credible in a child custody dispute, then surely the judge would take in consideration what a child of his age is stating when it comes to wanting to live somewhere.
I wish that had happened.
Acknowledge that Seth didn't do anything to save his son from these big abusive monsters.
I think that more should have been done. I don't think anybody's the good guy in this case.
And are you aware that Seth said that he could go get Sebastian, but he doesn't have the money to do so? He doesn't have the resources.
I mean, that sounds like a reasonable thing for a father to say, honestly.
When their child's missing, that sounds to say that I know where he is, but I don't have.
That's what you're. I thought you meant just in general before all of this.
No,
I thought you meant in terms of like getting custody of Sebastian. You just didn't have the money to go to court or something.
I love that. So in his very first segment, he says a close friend reached out to me. So he's lying. Okay.
Wait. When did he say that?
He said that back in April.
Yeah, he said that on Crime Times and Lies. He said that while he was in a car. And
he also said that on Dolly Vision.
I'm gonna have to go and find that one because that's.
And how about when
he said, "I know where he is. I just don't have the money to go get him."
He said, He said, I know where Sebastian is. I just don't have the resources. That's what he said. And then he followed up when the chat started asking questions. He smirked and said, "You're just not asking the right questions."
Yeah, that's weird.
It is all weird. And honestly, I'm going to get down, Queen. I sincerely appreciate you allowing me this opportunity, and you as well, Aiden, for speaking with me. My end of the day, I feel like Seth and Chris are both involved, and I feel like you were completely blinded by your own childhood trauma or, your own relating it to your own personal life, which I completely understand. We all do that when it comes to things. But I hope you open up your eyes a little bit further and maybe look at things with a less biased perspective. You mentioned Chris makes everything about himself. Seth was on a show where it was meant to be all about Sebastian. Every question led back to himself, including how much did your son weigh at birth? Well, not as much as the weight on my shoulders. That's how that interview went. So I believe they're both narcissistic, honestly. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Anytime you ask Aiden a question he can't get the answer to, he says, well, what does that have to do with Sebastian? I'm going to go back and clip him saying a very good friend of his reached out and then him saying that it's not a good friend. I feel like the fact is that Aiden he's seeing it biased, and that's fine. I shouldn't have said childhood trauma. That's not the word I wanted to use. But yet because he wanted alimony, Brandy. And they don't have 50-50. Katie had primary. He didn't have 50-50. He saw them four days out of a month. That's not 50-50. I don't know why people keep saying that's 50-50. That's not. Four days out of an entire month? Okay. 50-50. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying, Cheesy. They both tend to do that. I think they're both, in my opinion, I don't think they're good men. Sorry. And I think Katie should have put her foot down a little more. What are you going to do, though? Oh, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. 50-50 is not the same as joint. I mean, 50-50 would be every other week. And I'm pretty sure Seth himself said that Katie had primary custody. So I don't know. I don't know about all of that. And we all do it to an extent, casual art, you know what I mean? But he's just doing it very, very blatantly. And listen, it's working for him. He's now part of the green team. He's now, overly involved. And here was the other thing I loved. People were angry when Stephen Fisher said, I'm starting to believe that Seth Rogers murdered Sebastian. That was his comment. I'm starting to believe that Seth Rogers murdered. People were outraged by that. How could he? How dare he? But Laura comes out and straight up says he believes that Chris murdered Sebastian, and nobody blinks an eye. You're wrong, Brandy. You're absolutely wrong. I'll tell you why you're wrong. It wasn't the middle of the school year. There's so much here that is missing. Why didn't he move him in a year prior then? Why did he say, I'll give him another year to get his shit together at school? What did that mean? How's it for stability? They didn't do every other weekend for stability for Sebastian's best interest. How's that giving him stability? So do you mean being with his father wasn't stability and for his best interests? That I can agree. Maybe that I can agree on. I guess the fact that, he was left alone majority of the time he was with his dad, I could see that. Okay, I get where you're coming from now. So him going with Seth wasn't best for his interests or stability. Got it. 4 days out of a month is not 50-50. Right. It's just not. Simply not. Right. Either it's 50-50 or it's not. He did, Donnie. Every other weekend. Seth has an explanation for everything, and everyone's at fault by him. Yeah, even a doctor, psychologist, you name it. And then, to be fair, Chris does this thing where he kind of intercepts every conversation too. They both do. How long Seth and Tony knew each other. Well, when he went to visit Tony for the holidays, they both went and met up with an old acquaintance that they both had. That's not true, Brandy. You want me to play the clip right now for you? He literally said, I told him I'll give him another year to get his shit together. That's a direct statement, Brandy. He literally said that. Yes, he did. He wanted to get the approval for online school. Duh. No. Brandy, why were they switching schools at all, Brandy? Huh? Miss Know-It-All? Why were they switching schools at all? Seth definitely said it. He sure did. It's a direct statement. But if it's so unstable for a child to switch from online to go from inbuilt into online, why were they doing that at all, Brandy? Yeah, he spent more time on taking off for disability than he did working, for sure. Of course he said it. He definitely said it. What's the reason for them taking him out of school at all, Brandy? Do you have that answer? He didn't need approval for online school. Seth didn't even enroll him on time. Bless it, the Brandies. That's all right. Brandy only hears what she wants to hear. That's okay. But he certainly said that. I'll find the clip and I'll make a little video out of it for you, Brandy. He definitely said he'd give him another year to get his shit together at school. Right, and they never told us that publicly. For whatever reason, the Proudfoots handed that off to Chloe and Cletus to put out. Brandy, Seth needed a year to get his home in order, and he failed. But he also said he gave Sebastian a year to get his shit together, blaming Sebastian for his laziness. Damn. No, is it microwave crack? I didn't even see that. And the wee melons. See where his work license expired. Who showed that? Seth said it was a punishment for Sebastian to go live with him. He did. He did. And that's why he said, I'll give him another year to get his shit together. No, he didn't want to do online. But I don't know why nobody's asking. The online schools don't have a waiting list, Brandy. You're not answering the question. Why were they taking him out of school to begin with, Brandy? Do you know how many interviews that man's been on? I'd have to find it first. But I promise you, I will go ahead and play it for you. Don't you worry yourself. I will absolutely play it for you. I will find it. That man's been on so many interviews, though. You'll have to excuse me while I look for it. But he certainly said it. I want to know why he was going online school anyway. Bet you nobody can answer that. Was it Pascal's? Chris and Katie wanted to. Just Chris and Katie? Seth wasn't involved in that? You're telling me Seth was not involved in that? Okay. Yeah, you can't be registered in 2 schools, Donnie. But I was getting in trouble at school, and Seth knew he could grow up and do right, so he gave him more time to get it together. Thank you, Butterfly. That's all right, Brandy. I understand where you're coming from. You believe everything you hear, but I'm telling you, there's just a little bit of research would do you well. Just a little bit. Which Sebastian's perfectly capable of doing. Yeah. Right, you can start online school at any time. Hey, Sarah Fox. Yeah, I agree, Mercy. I mean, perhaps it does, but I'm just saying they're not being completely honest. You're not being completely honest, Brady. Right, Chris even confronted Seth about Sebastian telling him that he didn't want to go live with him in front of all 3. And Seth turned around and said, and then I spoke to Sebastian alone, and he said he does want to live with me. Okay, and he also said it on Dolly's. What's your point? We're not jumping topics. You stated he never said that about giving another year to get his shit together. He did. And when I get off of here and I have time, I will turn around and I will find the exact clip. I will make you a video and I will accept your apology. All right? People move for many reasons. Kids get expelled and move schools all the time, all in different times in the year. Right. I mean, you can't say that he didn't want to remove him from in building in the middle of the school year, but at the same time acknowledge that they were removing him altogether. There was a reason for that. There's a reason that Sebastian was going to be set up to do online learning. Okay? So, there's a reason why all 3 parents were looking at behavioral schools. We're going to stop playing stupid now. We're going to use our facts. They're not factual statements, Brandy. You're denying what he stated. Oh, whatever. It has been said that Sebastian was due to begin intensive applied behavioral therapy, therefore online school to cover some of his educational needs. I don't know where that came from then. Yeah. I agree, Cobalt. And it's sad because the fact of the matter is all 3 parents are suspicious. I don't know which, I'd have to find what interview it is. And unfortunately, he's done dozens of them. All 3 parents are suspicious. Sebastian was failed. Both men in his life had CPS reports against them from Sebastian. I mean, at the end of the day, we can all agree on that. Right? There's no reason to argue that. Right, they have OG Fish. I just don't know where it's at right this minute. Anyway, I do appreciate all of you. We've been on for quite a few hours. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up. I'm going to go ahead. True for Chris and Eden, for Queen would not have been nearly as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. I heard Seth state he decided to give Sebastian another chance to get his act together for moving into his home. Right. We're going to put Sebastian in behavioral school. Seth asked for the school info and then said, nope, that's according to Tony. Well, here's the thing, Brandy. Would you also agree that according to Tony, Seth was at work again? And then when that came out, Tony came up and said, well, he was at work until he broke up a fight because he worked in the toughest pod. He broke up a fight and got a concussion and da-da-da. And then it was proven that was all a lie. Isn't Tony the one that came out and said that he had proof that Sebastian was taken via vehicle because there was an Amber Alert for it, an automated Amber Alert? Isn't Tony also the one that said there was proof that Sebastian was seen on camera on the 26th to later come out and admit that he lied? Isn't Tony also the one that said there was proof that Sebastian was talking with Katie's mother, which was never truthful either? I mean, Tony himself says a lot of inconsistencies. So, Seth talked about school in the lab after dark. Thank you, OG. That narrows it down. Oh, okay, Brandy. Okay. All right. Crabtree said what? No, Tony said it. I have Tony saying it. He went to school, Sherry. What do you mean? He went to school. He wasn't left home alone for 8 hours with Katie. He was left home alone at most for 2 hours after school. He went to school during the day, just like Katie went to work during the day. Hey, Southernish. Oh, let me check, Donnie. Hold on. Listen, I appreciate you guys even coming in, but let's not, let's put the headphones back on. Oh, it's actually an article. All right, let's see. More than 91 days missing. This is so sad that it's going on this long. God's protected him right now, and he will bring him home. We just have to look in the right places. He explained that he has kept Sebastian enrolled at Beach High School since February and will re-enroll him in the fall, hoping to have his son back by then. Oh. He explained that he has kept Sebastian enrolled at Beach High School since February and will enroll him in the fall. So he never really unenrolled him. He never had him enrolled in a different building. This is very interesting. Thank you for sending me this. I need people to be positive. Positive that we can find him. Positive that we can find him tomorrow. You know, I need people to keep the faith with me. I need people to continue to pray that we find him. This was around Memorial Day weekend. When people stop looking, when people lose faith, it becomes a cold case. Who's actually looking anymore? I mean, at this point, everybody that's looking, you've insulted. You've also tried to silence people from speaking. But so there, I mean, that's an interesting statement, Brandy. He explained that he has kept Sebastian enrolled at Beach High School since February and will re-enroll him in the fall. Okay, so we can end that one there. But I will find a clip where he states about, you know, he was asked to take him. He said he'll give him another year. I just showed it, Donnie. Give him another year to get his shit together. Oh, my attorney just put the foot on the neck. He put in an official precepi for Castor to officially withdraw his name from the filing. Oh, thank you, Gina. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I see a lot. Can't handle that. I'm not going to argue. But you are arguing. You're telling us that Seth never said that. I mean, do I really got to pull it out right now for you? Give me a second. I'll see if I can find it. I didn't really feel like doing this while live. But I guess we can. Let's see. Man, he was on a lot of these, huh? Josh is weird. That's embarrassing. An Ode to Friends only got 1K watches. Oh, man, I don't know. I have to find which exact one is on. I'm not going to do it for you right now, Brandy. I don't feel like it, but I will find it in Pascal's second interview. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. All right. I shouldn't be a suspect. I want to clear some things up. Ongoing search. Maybe it's this one. School. That's the life insurance. So that was the life insurance statement, but not that one. That's to clear some things up. I shouldn't be a suspect. Oh, I'll find it, Brandy. That he is still with us, he would be found. But right now, the only thing Summer chooses to argue about doesn't even matter. Well, that's right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it's not going to change a damn thing. The fact is, if Sebastian was so grossly abused, and listen, I'll be polite to Brandy in the chat, but if Sebastian was so grossly abused, why didn't Seth Rogers step up sooner? That's the only thing that gets on my nerves. Like, let's just face it for what it is. All three of them failed him. That's it. We do, Brandy, because Seth told us. Seth told us that they don't want to communicate with him unless there's documented proof of communication, like via text. Seth told us that they sat him down and played the what if game. Seth told us that the police have treated him like a suspect from the beginning. Seth is the only parent to come out and say that he's being treated like a suspect. Well, I apologize, Brandy. I was off looking for an article. But I do appreciate you coming in, Brandy. If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. I will upload that video for you at some point today. And yeah, we'll take it from there. I do appreciate you all being here, sincerely. That's how Seth feels. That's not factual from Ellie. Yeah, I mean, after all, Seth isn't known for being honest, so I'll give you that one. Anyway, I do sincerely appreciate all of you. At the end of the day, what we have is a bunch of red flags from all three parents, man. There's one thing for sure. If this was the type of chaos and controversy and argumentative world Sebastian was living in, can you even fathom how he felt? It is honestly scary. It is sad. It is concerning. It is not far-fetched to believe that Sebastian would try to run away for that reason. It's really sad. We didn't quite finish the Proudfoot list, but we will. I'll think of a few more things that have bothered me and take advice from all of you. No, Brandy, you just did that, honey. You just did that. Don't deflect that. You just did that. You as well, Lady V. I appreciate all of you. Right, Joe Madre. I'm tired of being put on a side. How about that? I think all three are crappy. I think all three failed. And I think that Sebastian lived in chaos. I mean, if this is what he... Look at what we're seeing. And now, you know, you got people on Twitter and X, whatever, doxing people out and putting out $5,000 rewards for personal information. You got people attacking creators' kids. You got people over there lying about FOIA requests, putting people in litigation. Well, what do you think was going to happen? Like, I don't even understand all of this. It is nothing short of embarrassing. And this is unfortunately what Sebastian's case has become. Those that are allegedly private intelligence group have taken to X to fight with creators. How is that helping to find Sebastian? This is pitiful. It is embarrassing, and they ought to be ashamed. Oh, I like that, Feisty Nana. I don't mind being stuck with you. Thank you so much for being here. Well, Brandy, you kind of came in like a wrecking ball. Just saying. It is vibrator. They cherry pick when to believe Seth. They cherry pick when to believe Ellie. They cherry pick everything. Everything is cherry picked off of our own confirmational bias. We're all guilty of it. But, you know, again, how does any of this help Sebastian? Digging into creators. This is all despicable. And then putting out lawsuits that they're, you know, they're victims of it. I don't get it. But I do get all of you, and I appreciate all of you being here. Hope you all have a great day. Happy Monday. Stay safe, stay warm, and stay aware. You people sure think you know how our jails work here in Davidson County, Tennessee, do you? No, Sherry. For one, we're not in jail. For two, we're not in Davidson County. I just said we all do, Brandy. We agree on that. We agree on that, Brandy. We can relax on that note together. We all do. We all agree on that. Do you want to tell us about the county jail? Sherry, you want a link? You guys, loosen up on Brandy. She was brave enough to come in. Let's be nice. Let's be nice to Brandy. I like her avatar. Woo-sa. Let's see if Sherry wants to come up and share with us about Davidson County, Tennessee. But I sure, that's right, Grady, but I sure am. You're in jail, Sherry? Do they allow you guys on YouTube while in jail? Or you mean the Davidson County part? You're from Davidson County? I don't know. Or maybe she can tell us. Are you coming up, Sherry? If not, I'll go ahead and end this. I'm kind of hungry. I've been on for a while. I don't know if they allow them to come on streams while incarcerated. Don't make me cranky. They do get them in tablets in jail now. I don't know about Davidson County, like Sherry's saying. But in a lot of counties, they do give these guys tablets and stuff now. Maybe she's there. I don't know. Maybe she's a convict talking to us. Is that why, Skip? We're preparing Betty. Come on up, Sherry. Let's help Betty understand what she's getting into. You can. You can be on YouTube in jail, I guess. I don't know. Steph told TL he never saw bruising on Sebastian, and Sebastian never told him he was abused. Karma, thank you. I recall something like that. Now he's claiming he was very abused and always bruised. And then why wouldn't he fight to get custody? Oh, man, chatter, I don't like hearing that. Is anyone having trouble sending super chats? I'm trying to send one. I'm sorry, that sucks. I'm not in jail, Granny. I'm a grandmother of 6 beautiful. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The way you phrased it, I wasn't sure. Okay. You meant Davidson County then. Well, can you tell us about the prisons, Sherry? Or what part we're missing? I don't even think we were talking about the prison, Sherry. What do you mean? Where'd that even come from? Let me give me some chocolate peanuts to hold myself over while Sherry answers. Yeah, but that's not true, Brandy. You know why? Because Seth did a panel with his, at the time, private investigator, Heather Cohen. And Heather, the CPS reports were mentioned, and Heather said they were all unsubstantiated. So he at least knew about them at that point, and they weren't a big deal. But now he's saying there was like this massive big deal. So I don't know. Oh, thank you, Purple. It's working, man, chatter. Sometimes it does that for certain chatters. I don't know why. Thank you so much, Purple, for trying. Me either, Cranky Girl, and I don't think we're going to find out. How do you know about the jail, Sherry? Brandy, you're not using your noggin. He couldn't have known about some. I don't know, whatever. There you go, no? All right. That's where Seth works, but I am from where baby Joe Clyde Daniels went missing. That was horrible. Went missing 6 years ago. Worked with police a long time with his case. Well, thank you for doing that, Sherry. That was a very, very sad case, Sherry. I can't imagine how hard it was to work on that case. Thank you for working on it. Southernish, thank you for the super sticker. Oh, hugs to you too. All right, Sherry. Well, I do appreciate you. If you ever want to come up, excuse me, Nellie. If you would ever like to come up, Sherry, you can feel free to email me at notjobusiness. That's an actual email, not being a smartass. And I'd love to host you about Joe Clyde's case and Davison County Jail and how the two intertwingle. I don't think they do, but maybe they do. Oh, absolutely, Sherry. I agree with you there. Somebody's definitely lying. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you. I hope you all have a great day, and I'll see you all back here next time.